From New Smyrna Speedway in New Smyrna Beach, Florida, it is night 9 of 9, the final night for the 57th running of the World Series of Asphalt Stock Car Racing. Along with Jacqueline Drake and Charles Crawl, I'm Adam Mackey bringing you all of the action on Flow Racing. Yet again, this the final time for another, little less than 360 days. The final points battles to be determined in the Florida Modifieds and the Super Late Models. And then we have a good handful of classes that we'll get to see for the first time this week.
Where has the time gone? It seems like the previous 8 nights have just disappeared. Like they just disappeared into the clouds, I suppose. But
just like all of our rocket launches this week that we couldn't see.
Right.
Too. It was cloudy and rainy every time.
You know, we talk about it every year, Adam. You know, it seems like that 9 days is going to take forever on opening night. But by the time we get to the final night, it seems like it's gone by in too fast. You know, we didn't get enough time to enjoy it, and that's exactly the case here tonight.
It's been a big day of racing. It's been a big week of racing, of course, over there at the big track earlier today. The ARCA Menard Series kicked off their season with an excellent race that saw an exciting finish for short trackers, especially as Greg Van Alst, 2019 ASA CRA Super Series champion, claimed the exciting victory. And, man, he was elated after the race.
What a power move he made off of turn 4 on the final lap to steal the win away from another good, hard, short track racer, Jeff McClure, who owned the car that Jason White was driving. You know, either one of those two teams wins, and ARCA has a great story to tell. But, you know, what an awesome day for Greg, and as he said when he got out of the car, for short track racers everywhere, and he even said it, this isn't supposed to happen to guys like me. You know, he was just overjoyed, and congratulations to him and his team, and what a great way to start our year.
And out tonight, 6 more drivers will get a chance to find victory lane as the Florida Modifieds get ready to roll off first. They have a 35-lap feature for their championship of the week. The trucks will then race a 50-lap feature for their only event of the week, the Mod Minis. Also joining us for the only time this week, a couple divisions that were scheduled to be here last night, and then we got rain after just one feature. Mod Minis running 50. The Super Late Model Special event tonight, the Orange Blossom 100. That will determine a champion there as well. Casey Roderick, the favorite there, and also set fast time tonight, the Super Stock 50. And the Bomber Bees will also race tonight. Action-packed evening on this Saturday night at New Smyrna Speedway as the Modifieds roll onto the racetrack. The starting lineup, it was a 4 invert, looks like this. Tim Moore in car number 15 starting on the pole position with Wayne Parker in the 1 alongside row number 2 of Bill Burba and Cody Stickler. Stickler, the top qualifier in the 46 car from Pinellas Park, Florida, has picked up 2 wins this week, a second-place finish, and a 10th. He's the favorite in the standings, but he only leads by 2 points over Bill Burba, who starts to the inside of him.
Alan Bruns will fire off from 5th position tonight. Shane Held alongside in row 3. Michael Mark and Brian Gayton back in row 4. And looks like
Tyler DeHart
scheduled to round out our 9-car starting field in car number 14.
So there's the 9-car starting field for this Saturday evening. The point battle is a pretty tight one. You see the young family there watching the races, getting a chance to enjoy what's going on. You see them telling the kids exactly what's going to happen here, kind of explaining what this race is all about.
I've done that a time or two. Always great to have my kids here out at the racetrack with us, whether it's an ARCA race, whether it's a dirt track race somewhere. Anytime I can bring my kids to the racetrack, I always love to do it.
Florida Modified 35-lapper. Cody Stickler leading the standings by 2 over Bill Burba, 232 to 230. That's the difference of just 1 position. Tim Moore, he's not that far back in the 15 car, 224, so that's 8 points behind Stickler, a difference of 4 positions. Alan Bruns at 210, 4th in the standings, and Brian Gayton in the 16, back in the 5th points position. There's a look at all of the standings for what we have had this week in the Florida Modifieds. This division running several events during the week. Tonight, for the class, will be their 5th officially with a couple of rainouts mixed in.
Yeah, it's been tough. It's been a tough weather week, man. Mother Nature has ruined the party, literally ruined the party 3 times this week. We got some racing in last Friday night, last Saturday night. Of course, we had a terrific Wayland Modified Tour race on Saturday night. Then a couple of nights ago, we got one feature event in, or actually last night, one feature event in, and once again, Mother Nature rained on the parade. So, been tough, but we got a great night weather-wise tonight. We should have like you said, an exciting night of racing. 255 laps of feature event racing scheduled to come your way.
They're going to get the one to go this time from Ralph Miller, who has been again this year the mainstay on the starter stand for all of our events. For about 20 years, he's been the chief starter for the World Series of Asphalt Stock Car Racing here at New Smyrna Speedway. Tim Moore on the pole as the fireworks go off down in turn 1 and 2 to get us started for this final night. It's like the camera operators knew what was going on there, and the switchers down, they were ready for those fireworks as the car went into turn 1. Coming to green, turn number 4, Timmy Moore and Wayne Parker get us underway for the 9th night of the World Series for the Florida Modifieds to determine a champion. That second row, the 2 closest at the top of the points battle.
Wayne Parker with the jump on the drop of the green. Here comes Cody Stickler. He's already around Tim Moore. He takes over the second spot. Moore back to third. Bill Burba kind of taking his time to wind that number 26 car up. He's still back and forth.
He knows he has to go if he wants to win his second point championship. For Stickler, looking for his first World Series championship. Burba in the red car was going for the 3rd spot. This is the battle behind him, as it's the 4 of the veteran Alan Bruns racing side by side with the 33 of Shane Held. Bruns on the inside lane. Takes it into the corner. Keeps it against the bottom line and will pick up the 5th position right there. The battle for 3rd.
Burba with a good run down the back stretch. He's going to try to dip to the inside off of turn 4. Nope, can't make it work. He will drop back in line behind Timmy Moore in that yellow and red number 15. Been a pretty consistent week for Tim. Nothing too flashy, but always up near the tail end of the top 5.
Upper left of the screen, we watch the battle for the lead. Lower right of the screen, it's the battle for 3rd. Each of those boxes on your screen having a car involved in the points. And there's a great run for Burba off of turn 2 to the inside. The driver from Ohio makes the run at the 15 of Moore, takes the spot away, and moved Bill Burba in the 26 up to 3rd. So now he's just 1 position behind the 46 of Cody Stickler, who leads the points coming in. He needs to finish 2 spots ahead of him to get the point ball for the lead. Stickler and Parker get together. Stickler has bent the right front. You see the suspension damage on Stickler's car, and this point battle has just taken a big turn for the worst for Cody Stickler.
Literally the only thing he could do to lose the championship, and it just happened. Got into Wayne Parker coming off of turn 4. Parker slid down into the outside, or excuse me, the inside wall. I believe there may be some damage to the Nerf bar on the front of that car, and that's going to be about it. He didn't make a whole lot of contact, and as you can see, he's ready to drive off. But
if you're going to hit it, he hit it just right, because I think he just got the nose not hard enough maybe to get the radiator or any suspension.
Look at those 2 front tires on the 46 car. They are pointed in towards one another, and they are not supposed to be that way. That is a night ender right there for Cody Stickler.
Stickler pulls into the pit stall. There's the Flow Racing replay. They go into the corner, still early in this race, just 5 in. Parker was up the track, had started to come down before the 46 stuck his nose in there, but nothing on purpose by either driver there. We've seen this as a racing deal a number of times this week. Parker is just diamonding off the turn. He's going up in the middle, coming down on exit, and when he does, he had started his trek down, and the 46 said, I see the opening, I'm going to go for it. Unfortunately, Parker came down at the same time. Rough deal for the 2. You can see when he makes that hit, the right front tire just instantly turns to the left, breaking the suspension. And then he did all he could to keep it off the wall. So, man, Bill Burba, not only does he take the lead in the race now, but he potentially takes the point lead as the crew goes to work, seeing if there's anything they can do, shaking their heads. Not looking good for Cody Stickler. They're going to go 1 to go and choose this time at the line. Points leader Cody Stickler. 2 wins this week. Had a 2-point lead in the championship coming in. And looks like that will not take place unless something happens to Bill Burba. 1 to go. Burba takes the inside. Tim Moore takes the outside. Alan Bruns goes inside. Shane Held goes outside. A couple of DNFs this week, costing the 46. Cody Stickler.
Still 30 laps remaining, so a long distance here in our 35-lap Florida Modified Feature event. And we've seen the improbable happen once. Nothing saying it can't happen again. Keep an eye on Bill Burba. He will fire off first. When we get back to the restart zone, Ralph Miller puts the green flag in the air, and we're back underway. Bill Burba with the jump. Timmy Moore will drop into second, and the battle on for third. Alan Bruns again going to the inside, and Shane Held to the outside as they battle for third down the backstretch.
Runs on the low lane, will take it down. He slides up. He makes contact with Held. Will he save it? Kind of. Comes to a stop as he locks it down. Does Bruns. Still under green, waiting to see if Bruns can get rolling again. And it looks like that will draw a yellow flag. Yellow flag is out for Alan Bruns. So Bruns there just slid up off the bottom of the racetrack. So we noticed this a night or two ago. Bruns kind of takes a unique lane into the bottom. He goes, before he gets to the corner, he kind of goes to the inside, and then that kind of throws off his arc into the turn, and then it wants to push off the bottom. And that's what cost him there, is it pushed up the track. The angle that he entered turn 3, he was already on the bottom, and it's tough to keep your momentum up, as the Flow Racing replay will show. Bruns takes that turn down to the bottom, then it pushes up.
Hit the apron.
Into the 33 of Shane Held. I think Held's going to be okay, able to continue. Bruns, I believe, will be able to. I don't think he heard anything.
Burba to the bottom side of the racetrack as we get the 1 to go. We will do the lane choose as they come across the start-finish line. Shane Held to the bottom of the racetrack this time, and I suppose you can't blame him. He did get hit from someone down in the inside lane on that last restart. And that looks like Michael Mark. And the other white number 4 will go to the outside. There's Alan Bruns. Looks like he is going to tag onto the tail end of the field as the field rolls by.
And nicely done by Alan Bruns. We'll let the field go by. Tags the tail. We'll go green this time. Burba, another good restart in the 26. He's yet to win this week, but he's in pretty good shape right now to win not only this race, but the championship. 6 down and 29 to go. Here comes Wayne Parker. Don't count him out yet. He's on the move back toward the front. Parker, after the spin early with the contact from Stickler, as he looks to the inside for the 3rd position. Going into the corner. Cars will slow for another yellow. A little bit of a caution play. Early part of this 35-lapper. Brian Gayton in the 16.
Brian Gayton went around over there in turn 3, and he was going to have to turn counter course back into traffic to get rolling. And the officials really didn't have a choice but to put the caution flag out right there. But that does put us back under the yellow flag with still 28 laps remaining here. A very halting start to our opening feature event of the night for the Florida Modifieds here at New Smyrna Speedway.
Pace car logging some laps here in the early going tonight. 28 laps to go, 7 down. Wayne Parker's on his way back to the front, has picked up a few spots. Officials have been able to do some quickie yellows here, as we haven't really torn up a lot of equipment, just rolling back to 1 to go this time. Double them up at the line. Bill Burba in the 26 car. Will most likely again choose inside. That's what he's done the last couple of times. He does. Tim Moore goes to the outside. Shane Held, Wayne Parker, row 2. So Wayne Parker might get up there and challenge Burba. He's very capable with that car and the speeds that it can turn. Of course, earlier this week, Jerry Simons and the one of Wayne Parker tire infractions in the Florida Modifieds. That's the night they held some tire samples, sent them in, and they did not meet the benchmark as the green flag will wave. Underway, Tim Moore takes the advantage this time into turn 1 and 2, maybe a new leader.
Timmy Moore with a good jump on that restart. Poking the nose of the 15 car out in front down the back stretch, but here comes Burba. He's down in that preferred groove on the lower side through turns 3 and 4. He will jump out front and retake the lead as we get 1 lap in the books on that restart.
Burba, the advantage by 4 car lengths. Burba down to the bottom of the racetrack. 15 of Moore sideways. 1 car of Parker running in third. Moore fighting that wheel a little bit in that second position. Wayne Parker closing the gap in turn 3. Burba leads to turn 4. 10 laps in, 25 to go. The battle will be for second.
Burba certainly has, or excuse me, Wayne Parker certainly has the fastest race car on the racetrack right now. Burba not able to put a lot of distance on this battle for second between Tim Moore and Wayne Parker.
I'm sure he would like to, because we know Parker's car is fast. Plenty of power. It's handled pretty well a couple of these nights as well. Been up there challenging for wins. Crossed the line first a few nights ago. Wayne Parker to the inside of Moore, going for the runner-up spot. Story for the championship battle right now is Bill Burba hanging on to it, with Cody Stickler falling out with the broken suspension. And here is the one of Parker getting another run. Good speed off of turn 2 by Timmy Moore, holding him off so far as the battle for second and third continues.
Wayne Parker caught him in a big hurry, but he hasn't been able to do anything with them. Tim Moore holding on to second. Parker back in third.
Lower right of the screen, the 33 of Shane Held, 4B of Alan Bruns. That is a battle for 4th position.
The last time these two battled for position, it ended up with Bruns sitting sideways on the bottom side of the racetrack in turns 3 and 4. And again, he's going to try that shallow line down into the corner.
He's able to keep it a little closer to the bottom. He's going to make the pass this time. Does Alan Bruns. So the veteran of racing here at New Smyrna Speedway takes the spot. We continue to watch now. Second and third. There's a slip up a little bit by Moore coming off of turn number 2. Parker wasn't close enough to capitalize. 16 in, 19 to go. Just 2 laps from halfway for Bill Burba. The lead right now at 1.1. Lead somewhat comfortable over Moore. If Parker can get there into second, he's going to give it a try right here as Parker slides up the track. Moore actually gave him a lot more room too, thinking that he would. And battle continues. Oh, Alan Bruns right front.
It's like he may have popped the outside fence.
And he has.
He's going to get that car down off the racetrack, and we are going to stay green.
So Bruns on to pit road. Here comes Parker, still working on the 15 of Moore. Has an opening coming off of turn 2 momentarily. Nothing there. So we are halfway. They showed the cross flags. 18 in, 17 laps to go for Burba the last time around. 16 to go now. The lead stabilizing at 1.1. Parker's a little bit quicker than Timmy Moore right here. Still hasn't been able to do it. Make some contact getting into the corner. Little shot. He knows it's go time if he wants to get up there and try to win.
Laps quickly ticking away here as we have moved past the halfway point. Now 15 laps remaining. And Parker again trying to dip to the inside. Can he pull alongside down the backstretch? Looks like Wayne Parker will indeed take that second spot down into 3.
Drove her in a little too deep in 3. Gave the opening to the bottom, and he's going to be able to still clear him. Textbook move in turns 1 and 2 by the one car of Wayne Parker. Was a beautiful move in turn 2. He just got in a little too hot in 3. Didn't matter. He was able to hold him off, and staying back in the 3rd spot, the 15 of Timmy Moore.
Let's see if Parker has enough steam to reel in Bill Burba at the front of the field. Burba has opened up about a 1.1 second lead.
Going to take a look at a replay of the Alan Brunsdale lower right of the screen. Right there on the backstretch. Ooh, a big one.
Ooh. Almost upside down.
Yeah, Bruns climbing up the wall on the back straightaway, but continued on as there's the one of Wayne Parker. He's trying to close the gap on Burba, but so this gap has still stabilized at 1.1. I feel like Burba's picked it up a little bit because when he was ahead of Tim Moore, it was at 1.1, but Moore was kind of staying with him. Now, look how far Timmy Moore has fallen back.
Yeah, Timmy Moore has dropped about 2.5 seconds back. Wayne Parker still 1.1 seconds. That is stabilized. That tire right there you see on the lower right comes off of the Alan Bruns. Look at the wheel in there, Adam. That wheel is bent. That was a hard hit back there.
Definitely big hit for Alan Bruns. We have now 9 laps to go. So a pro truck moving in the background. The truck's getting ready to go next for their 50-lap feature here at the World Series. 6 feature races tonight. Determine 2 points battles for championships this week. Orange Blossom 100 with a field of 20 plus cars for the super late models coming up later. There's Bill Burba leading the way. Still close to a 1.1 second lead. Parker might need a yellow to get up there and challenge. 7 laps to go.
Still a 1 second out, just a 6/1000ths of a second less than 1 second advantage. So it's basically 1 second. Burba still holding on to a sizable advantage.
Parker now under a second. The gap stays about the same that lap. Very competitive times. The top 2 are turning. Burba doing just enough to keep the one car of Parker at bay. Keeping that advantage at around 1 second. 5 to go for Bill Burba. Growing a little bit that lap. Slightly better, a 19.417 to a 19.494. 8 hundredths of a second better that time was Burba. Parker, I don't believe, has enough. Burba's holding a nice wheel at the front of the field, looking for his second championship. 4 laps to go.
Wayne Parker not able to close the gap. It is now 1.1 seconds between Burba and Parker here at the front of the field. Bill Burba now 3 laps away from picking up the checkered flag and locking up his second World Series of Asphalt Florida Modified Championship.
There's Burba. Oh, and the field starts to slow. You saw it fly by there on the backstretch. The 16 of Brian Gayton brings out the yellow, his second spin of the race, and flame just coming out, unburned fuel in the exhaust as he tries to refire the car. Will pull away as Gayton came in top 5 in the standings. Has been here each and every night of the World Series. That is not at all what Bill Burba wanted to see. He was on his way to a win and the championship. Now this win for sure is up for grabs with Wayne Parker there.
I think the championship may well be locked up, but I know Bill Burba would like to lock it up in style here tonight. He has had a dominant performance, and Anything can and sometimes does happen on these restarts.
Yeah, with Alan Bruns out of the race, falling out after Stickler, even if Burba were to finish 6th, that would still put 2 spots in between, which should give Burba the championship, depending on where Tim Moore would finish, because he was only 8 points behind. So Tim Moore, don't count him out yet in that 15 car, if anything would happen to Burba here. Plenty of scenarios, but Burba is the likeliest to end with a championship. They've doubled up. The lights are off, and the field will be coming to green. This time, Bill Burba in the 26 with 3 laps remaining leads the way. We're back underway at New Smyrna.
Wayne Parker spun the tires on the restart, and that's going to allow Timmy Moore to get in there and challenge for the 2nd position.
Thought Burba was going to leave a little too much room on the bottom there for a moment. Parker wasn't able to pull back alongside. Well, that 26 looked really good down at 3 and 4 that time. Drove it in hard, stayed right against the yellow line, hooked the bottom. Different line down here. They go in kind of high. He's running that high lane going in, cutting it to the bottom, coming off. Burba looking strong right now.
Coming to the white flag from Ralph Miller this time around. Final circuit for Bill Burba as he looks to lock up the World Series championship with a trip to victory lane off of turn 2 and down the backstretch. Burba not facing any pressure into turn 3.
Won the championship in 2021, has claimed 3 World Series wins. Tonight he gets his 4th and his 2nd championship. Bill Burba victorious in New Smyrna. Wayne Parker, Timmy Moore, Shane Held, Michael Mark, the top 5. Brian Gayton finishes 6th. Alan Bruns 7th. Cody Stickler brings home the 8th position. Bill Burba, the other night when asked about the championship, said we're just taking it a night at a time, trying to do the best we can each and every night. And guess what? He ends up in victory lane tonight with not only his first win of the week, but the championship as well. Germantown, Ohio driver, 50 years of age, former Outlaw Super Late Model racer with the Main Event Racing Series, driven quite a bit in the modified class over the last several years. As he pulls into victory lane for a 4th time here at the World Series. Up next will be our truck feature event. 50-lap feature will be coming our way. Following that truck feature will be the Mod Minis, another 50-lap feature on our schedule. Getting ready to climb out to celebrate. Says Willie Burba on the roof. Bill Burba victorious tonight, Jacqueline.
Yeah, guys, absolutely. What a dominating fashion that was for Bill Burba in this feature event. Man, the whole team coming around and giving him congratulations as he's going to be exiting out of that 26 in just a moment. They have the water bottles waiting for him. And here he is.
Love you. Good job.
Bill, congratulations. Congratulations on another championship here at the World Series. What a dominating car that you had tonight. What was the key to the success and the championship?
Just consistency. I can't thank my guys enough. They work on this thing all the time. Just consistency. I just try to stay up in the top 3 or 4. We blew a motor up earlier in the week, and like I told you the other night, we had to go back to work, and we did, so it's better.
All these guys behind you that are congratulating you, continuing to support through all of those issues you had earlier in the week. How hard is it just to keep your eye on the prize when you have those low moments?
Yeah, I just figured it was. I was happy with second with Cody. He's really good everywhere he goes. So I'd have been happy to finish second with him. But I guess something happened, so just played in my favor, I guess.
Absolutely. Congratulations to you. Bill Berber going to bring home the feature event win and the championship at the World Series in the Florida Modified Division.
Bill Berber, emotional victory lane, a lot of celebration there. Casey Roderick, one of those to come in to celebrate. There's kind of some team sponsorship there. The Platinum Express sponsor on this number 26 modified. Same can be said for the 18 super late model that Casey Roderick will be driving a little bit later. Second place rallies after an early race spin. We'll contact from Stickler. Wayne Parker takes second.
Wayne, you had a good car, especially the end there for the restart. Did you think that you had anything left for Berba?
I was worried on the restart because I used up my car trying to get up to him. I really abused the right rear tire. Normally I won it. If I had known there was going to be a restart, I would have driven easy and saved it. On the restart, I blistered the tires because there was nothing left. Bill's hard to beat. He's a good driver. He's clean. He does a good job. So if you run second to him, you're doing good.
Wayne Parker going to bring home that second place podium finish.
He did. He worked pretty hard to get back up there into the second spot tonight. Wayne Parker, he had another podium finish for the veteran driver from Mount Dora, Florida. In the number one car, 10 World Series wins coming into this year's World Series for the Parker number one. Third place, veteran driver of World Series competition as well. Used to see him in the 57, now the 15, Timmy Moore. Jacqueline?
Congratulations, Tim. A third place finish this evening. What was going through your mind when that final restart came out?
I knew they'd gotten into it earlier in the week, and I was hoping they might have a little more confrontation, might be able to get by them. I just didn't quite have the car tonight. We were a tick off, but we've been off all week and been struggling, and tonight was our first night to get on a podium, so I'm pretty happy that we were able to make gains with the car all week. We didn't tear too much up, so we're going home with a car that's in one piece. And I think we ended up second in points. So overall, not a bad speed weeks.
Not a bad indeed. Bringing home your third place tonight, Tim Moore.
Good stuff for the top three here tonight in the first race of the final night. Final Florida Modified race of the week. Trucks, they get their first race of the week coming up next, which is also their last here on Flow Racing. Feature number 2 of the evening, a 50-lapper for the trucks. They're up next here on World Series night number 9. At New Smyrna Speedway, the trucks qualified earlier today. And Becca Monopoly set fast time. She was the 2021 champion here at New Smyrna Speedway in the truck division. Pulled the number 5 pill, putting herself in the 5th starting position for the race as we take a look at the starting lineup. Cody Kaufman, son of John Kaufman, the super late model racer of Live Oak, Florida. Truck number 22 will be starting from the pole. Darrell Rudd in the 56 will start outside of row number 1. Row number 2, the 5 of Richard Griffiths from West Palm Beach, Florida. And truck number 5, the 27 of Kenneth Canales will start in position number 4.
Our quick timer, Becca Monopoly, will roll off from 5th tonight alongside Brennan Pletcher in the number 92. Very familiar name to Central Florida racing fans right there. Dylan LeBeau will start from the 7th spot in truck number 16 alongside Taylor Watson in the number 25. Second in points here with 1 win in 2022.
Wilson Martins Jr. out of Ocala, Florida in the 88 truck will start in the 9th position. Dalton Smith in the 24 from Palm Coast, Florida, 6th in the standings a year ago, will start 10th. Chad Chastain, brother of Ross, starting in the next position inside lane, truck number 36. And the 07 of Maria Martins out of Ocala, Florida, starting the 07 in the 12th position.
I met Chad Chastain at Watkins Glen State Park last year. Very nice young man. Going to have some work to do tonight if he wants to get up to the front of the field. Chris Paludit will start from the 13th position in truck number 52. Jack Hall will start 14th in the 00. Richard Martin will start from the 15th position in number 14.
Tony Bromley in the 6 truck will start 16th. Noah Blake in the 12 will start 17th. And Daniel Bromley in the 77 will start in the 18th position for the truck feature event 50-lap truck race. Getting ready to go. I've only almost said car one time so far, Charlie, so we'll see how that goes. Every other division we have during the week, they're cars. This, the only truck race of the week. Sometimes we've seen some pretty good races out of these trucks, and we've seen these trucks here at the World Series. They kind of skate around, especially after they get 10, 15 laps on them. They're sliding all over the place.
Narrow tires. They don't have a whole lot of power, but enough power to spin the tires off of these things every now and then if you don't take care of them. So they do put on a really good show here at the big fast half mile here at New Smyrna Speedway as the field circulates behind the pace truck, or the pace car. I'm already doing it in the opposite direction. So look at the crowd here tonight on a beautiful night for racing here in Central Florida. A little chilly when we woke up this morning. It was down in the low 50s after some really beautiful warm temperatures in the mornings. Got up to about 70 degrees in the heat of the afternoon, and now cooling off here, what should be a great night for the final night of racing here at New Smyrna Speedway for the 57th running of the World Series of Asphalt Stock Car Racing. Cody Kaufman and Daryl Rudd on the front row. Richard Griffiths and Kenneth Canales back in row 2. There's the number 22 truck, Cody Kaufman.
Kaufman starting from the pole, 5th quick in qualifying. There you see part of the field of trucks, nearly 20 showing up for this 50-lap special event to finish off our week here at the World Series. Final night, Charlie. 6 features. We'll get our share of racing and plenty of laps here tonight to send us back to our destinations. My next destination, Daytona tomorrow, 500 Sunday, and then back to the cold Midwest.
You know, I've never been to the Daytona 500. I know a lot of people assume I have been. I have not.
Yeah, most people would assume the same for me. I'm going tomorrow.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
Should be a good time. I went to a Busch Clash back several years ago. I think it was the last Busch Clash that they ran on the oval there at Daytona, and really, truly enjoyed it. Certainly have seen other races.
I've been to all that stuff.
Yeah, I've been to every race at Daytona except the Daytona 500.
Same for me. Into the Clash, the Twin 150s, the ARCA race. Years ago, probably the Goodies Dash Series was there. I was there when I was a young kid.
I guess I was at the racetrack when they had a Goodies Dash. I never watched that race because we were getting ready for trucks at that point. But
I've been to all the track. All the qualifying, been to the Xfinity race, been to the other events, truck race there. Another display of fireworks. Man, they are lighting up the sky tonight.
Even been to the Firecracker 400 back in the day when it was still called the Firecracker 400. Pace truck, or pace car, I'm still doing it. Pace car with the lights out.
You went the wrong way.
I did, wrong way. Field picking up the pace off at turn 4. Cody Kaufman and Daryl Rudd on the hammer out at turn 4. The field going to scramble down into 1. And Daryl Rudd with the power move to take the lead into 1. And we got a problem down in turn 1. We're stacking them up.
All kinds of trucks piling into the first turn. There's the Chastain, number 36. You see the watermelons all over that truck. Mostly unscathed there, I believe. The number 6 comes piling in. That's Bromley pulling away. The 16 is parked up there as well. That is one of the first trucks that had the issue. That's Dylan LeBeau. And the 24 truck as well involved, Dalton Smith. The big one takes place in turn 1 of lap 1. Not what we wanted. Looks like the most severe damage to the 24 of Dalton Smith and the 16 of Dylan LeBeau. LeBeau started 7th. Smith started 10th. Somewhere in that area, you see the 24 does move down to the bottom. Fluid coming out of the truck. Here's the Flow Racing replay.
Keep an eye on the 16. We've got to get some help.
Got some help possibly from behind.
Ooh, the 88 truck got the 16 and the 24 and then bounced off of the 16 truck, and then everybody else stacked in behind.
Wilson Martins Jr., I think, making the contact that started that, and then kind of another hit right here to the right front. Everyone else after that just spinning it, trying to avoid. 88, 16. The two that get together. So they're going to do a complete restart. Other than those that may come to the pits, everybody else to get their spots back for the restart. 24 trying to get turned around here. We'll see. The fluid coming out of it. Pretty sure got the radiator on this 24 truck. Nice looking ride, other than the damage now to the front.
Yep.
For Dalton Smith, 6th in points last year here at the Speedway for the regular season. Palm Coast, Florida driver. Most likely will be bringing it pit side. Good to see that LeBeau also able to drive his 16 pit side. Another one of the locals that compete on a regular basis, 3rd in the standings last season. There are all the trucks stopped. Fans still filing in. Would expect that to be the case for the next hour or so. Fans still arriving from Daytona. For those that were over there with the ARCA race, the Xfinity races, all of that's coming to an end.
It's only about 20 minutes between the two racetracks, and the NASCAR Xfinity Series race just winding down a few moments ago. We're down in the Dylan LeBeau pit, and there's the damage to the right side. Looks like a flat right front tire. That right front tire looks like it's gone on the number 16.
Badly bent rim as well.
Some damage to the sheet metal on the side.
He's able to continue. He got pretty lucky here.
Looks like all the wheels are at least pointed in the right direction. Unlike the number 24 that you see directly behind, with a lot of damage to the nose piece and the radiator. And there's the number 88. Kind of started all that action down there, Wilson Martins Jr.
Looks like he ran into a pole.
Yeah, it does.
As the 24 of Dalton Smith pulls away, and I believe we'll be heading into the infield, actually going to the end of pit road, planning to come back out despite the damage on the front. Thought we saw some liquid coming out of it. Maybe nothing major. We'll find out. Beautiful number 5 truck toward the front of the field there as Richard Griffiths saw it go by there in the 3rd slot, starting from the 3rd position. That all started back the 7th position. LeBeau started 7th. Wilson Martins Jr. started 9th. The contact took place going into 1. I'm going to show the 1 to go. Double up this time at the line. Now remember, the truck drivers have not doubled up and used the shoes this week. So they shouldn't have. Yeah, we won't find out this time, because they're going to do a complete restart. So they're going to start where they are. It doesn't matter if they run over the choose arrow here. Got a little excited. Just ready to see something mess up.
We might see some controversy. Yeah. Every other division has had some issues. The first night they tried to institute the choose. Lights off on the pace car. As we have we've got the 22 of Cody Kaufman alongside Rudd on the front row. Darrell Rudd on the outside. Let's see what happens here on the break. See if Darrell Rudd can duplicate that impressive start he had last time we dropped the green. He's going to attempt it as they swap some paint going down into turn 1. Cody Kaufman with a much better start that time, but he's going to jump a little sideways there off of turn 2. Darrell Rudd jumping into the lead as they stack up side by side behind him.
Coming to complete lap number 1 of the event, 27, Kenneth Canales now on the move in the outside lane, has moved up into the 2nd position, battle for the 3rd spot. 92 of Brennan Pletcher up to 3rd. Kaufman slipping back, now can get up in line. Started this race on the pole, kind of got shuffled back on that inside lane. Truck bottoms out a little bit in 3 and 4, pushes it up the track, and here comes the 5. Richard Griffiths to the inside for 4th.
He's going to bring Becca Monopoly along with him. She was our quick qualifier tonight in that black and green number 59. Monopoly looking to the inside of Cody Kaufman down the backstretch. She drives it in deep down into turn 3 as she looks to break back into the top 5.
3 laps completed. Daryl Rudd is the leader in the 56 truck. Battle continues a little further back. The 25, Taylor Watson, ready to make a move on Kaufman. We watch upper left of the screen. That's the top 3 getting ready to battle. Lower right of the screen is 7th on back.
Good racing at the front of the field. Good racing deep in the field. Brendan Pletcher trying to find some racing room to the inside of Kenneth Canales there off at turn 2. Canales' truck's got some battle scars on it from some earlier racing action. That machine is very fast as he keeps Pletcher at bay as he closes in on the back bumper of Daryl Rudd through 1 and 2.
There was the slight opening that the third place truck of Brendan Pletcher was looking for. Closed back up in turn 2. Kenneth Canales hanging on to the spot. Pletcher wanting it. One of the trucks pulling low into the pits as we continue on. 6 laps completed, 44 to go in this 50-lap feature event. We have a 5-truck breakaway at the front and a battle for the lead heading to turn 3.
Here comes Kenneth Canales to the inside. He's going to dip inside of Daryl Rudd and take the top spot. Brendan Pletcher going to try to follow him through. Pletcher puts the nose out front. He will take second. And now Rudd facing some pressure from both Richard Griffiths and Becca Monopoly.
Griffiths makes a run to the inside. Monopoly, the top qualifier, starting to get racy as well. We did receive word from Jacqueline, the 24 of Dalton Smith, has retired with the radiator damage. We saw some liquid that had come out of that truck when it was stopped against the bottom of the track in 1 and 2 after the crash. He is officially now retired. So things have shuffled up a bit in our top 5. Kenneth Canales leading the way in the 27. Brendan Pletcher running second. Richard Griffiths running third. Then it's Monopoly and Rudd completing the top 5. We look deeper in the field. Chastain running in 9th, following Maria Martins.
Remember Chastain involved in that spin on the initial start. No damage to the 36 truck as he looks to move to the inside of Maria Martins. They've got the 52 truck there of Chris Paludat right behind them. Paludat.
10 laps completed. 40 laps to go. Ooh, thought there was going to be some contact there with the 07 of Martins. Chastain gets to the inside. See the rear rotors glowing on the 07. The outside lane of Maria Martins. A lot of rear brake pumped into that truck. And it looks like it will be the 36 of Chad Chastain taking the spot away. And there's going to be some contact. Spinning the 52 truck around, Chris Paludat, as the yellow comes out with 11 laps completed.
Paludat really drove in hard to the inside there of Maria Martins. That truck drifted up and made contact, and around he went.
So Chris Paludat pulls away. We'll join the tail of the field. Kind of one of those deals where you get up into the door of somebody on the outside lane and it spins your vehicle around in the opposite direction. 39 from the finish. Here's a look at the Flow Racing replay. They go down into the corner, sees the opening, does Paludat, pushes up into the door, and around he goes.
Tried to stuff it up in there, couldn't make it stick. Around he goes.
He did for a while. The first part of the corner he was good, and then he kind of just pushed up a little bit.
Right there.
07 also starting to come down the track a little bit, but still room on the bottom for the 52. Top 3, Kenneth Canales, Brendan Pletcher, Richard Griffiths at the front. Cooler night here on this Saturday evening, the finale for the World Series in 2023. 57th running of the event at New Smyrna Speedway, and determined some champions. Last night, the track got the rain, unfortunately, right before the Richie Evans Memorial 100. And because a lot of people had flights scheduled to go out today, they were planning to go back to the Northeast, those that have traveled from far distances, they decided not to reschedule the Richie Evans Memorial 100, but they paid the full payout based on qualifying. Paid the full amount.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money they paid. The drivers didn't even have to race. A pretty nice gesture by the racetrack.
I saw
Really
Rusty
nice.
Marcus right after they announced the cancellation, and he told me that that's what they were going to do, and I said, you guys are some really good people down here. He said, well, I don't know about that, but we're certainly doing a nice thing for those drivers here tonight.
Yeah.
Rusty's had a long week. He really has, and I got to give him and the entire staff here a lot of credit. They have fought the weather just about every other night here, it seems, and everyone's still smiling and having a good time.
Jacqueline Drake, the trucks are 11 laps into the event. Couple yellows here early.
Yeah, the truck teams down here, man, they are some of the hardest working crews I've seen. All hands on deck, even teams helping other teams. The number 6, which is right behind me, of Bromley, he came in earlier for a flat right front tire. The team was all hands on deck getting that changed out. He just came back in and has an oil leak. They're still trying to diagnose exactly where it's coming from, but it looks like he might be retired for the night.
Truck teams hard at work right now. Early on, it's their only race of the week. They want to get their drivers out there. And finishing off this 50-lapper as the green waves down into turn number 1. The battle for the lead is on. Brennan Pletcher in the outside, having a good run off of 2.
These trucks sure are skaty down there in turn 1 on these restarts. And look at Brennan Pletcher as he jumps to the top of the leaderboard over Canales. Lead change here. Kenneth Canales back to second.
Nose to tail as here comes Becca Monopoly. Started this race in 5th after setting fast time in qualifying and has made his way into the 3rd position. Has made her way into the 3rd position as she runs in the 3rd spot right there behind Kenneth Canales. Looking low is Monopoly.
Front 3 running nose to tail down the backstretch. Brennan Pletcher, your leader. Kenneth Canales, Becca Monopoly, the top 3. They've got a big gap over Chad Chastain, who's going to get up into the outside wall and almost go up on the wall down the main straightaway. But hey, Chastain's going to keep his foot in it. He's still digging as Richard Griffiths looks to the inside. Griffiths almost went sideways there. A lot of action happening for this battle for 5th, and now the 56 of Darrell Rudd gets into Chastain.
Chastain dropping a couple watermelons off in the front row out of the back of that truck when he got up on the wall the last time by. Seems to be running okay now. Hopefully he'll still make weight after dropping those watermelons off as Chastain holds on to the 5th position. 15 laps have been completed. Going to be 16 at the line this time. Original pole sitter there on the apron, bottom of the racetrack, trying to pick up a spot is Cody Kaufman.
Our 2 front row starters going to battle here for 6th. Kaufman trying to find some racing room. Let's see if he duplicates that line through turns 3 and 4 and dips down onto the entrance of pit road.
Kaufman, truck turning well right now. Dropped back, but it looks like getting racy all of a sudden. With 33 laps to go. Fletcher leads the way out. Oh, look out. 4-wheel slide. Somehow going to be able to save it. The 56 of Rudd continues on.
That was a big punt right there going down into turn 1. These guys are certainly not afraid to get physical.
Second place again, about to be up for grabs. The 59 of Becca Monopoly. She was the champion here at the Speedway just a couple of seasons ago. And always fast. She attends these World Series events, usually running the trucks about 2 times a World Series. She's ready to make her move. Canales' truck pretty fast right in front of her as well. Some of these drivers recently turning their fastest laps. Here a lap ago, 4 drivers that time by turned their fastest lap of the race. Lower right of the screen as Kaufman tries again to get by the 36 of Chastain for 5th. And upper left we watch the top 3 go at it. 20 laps down, 30 to go.
Chastain Facing some pressure now from Cody Kaufman down the backstretch. Kaufman going to move to the inside and throw a fender, and Chastain's going to go around. Chastain looked like he caught the left front fender of the Kaufman truck as he spun back up the racetrack, and there's the damage to the 22.
Pretty big damage on the Kaufman truck. That was the battle for fifth. Chastain 36, as well as the Kaufman truck, probably will be restarting from the tail. Unfortunate break there. 20 laps completed. 30 to go. Several cautions here slowing the pace in this truck feature event. Coming up next, the end of this one, the 50-lapper for the Mod Minis. And the Orange Blossom 100 for the Super Late models as we look at the Flow Racing replay.
Kaufman dives to the bottom side of the racetrack. Chastain tried to slam the door shut, but Kaufman was already there.
Ish. I don't know. That was kind of a bonsai.
Ish. Yeah, it was.
That was pretty closed up.
I think you could go either way on that one for sure. Yeah, neither of them gave the other any room at all.
So Chastain around. I mean, he's already on his way to the bottom, and by the time he had got to the tire, he was already, a third of a truck off the bottom. Really just wasn't enough room. Didn't want to do that, obviously.
Yeah. Especially that second part there where he ripped half the bodywork off the side of his truck.
So both trucks restarting from the tail here. '22 of Kaufman going to be on pit road to fix the bodywork on that truck. Make a quick pit stop and make sure that everything stays in place. I don't want an additional yellow to clean up whatever falls off of the truck. Racing deal there, just the hole was closing up before he could really get in there for Kaufman down in turn 3. And his truck looks like it's handling great now. It was, where he fell back early on in the race and then kind of started to rally. It looks like the truck has come in a little bit setup-wise. That's the leader, Brennan Pletcher in the 92 truck. Second place, Kenneth Canales in the 27. And third, Becca Monopoly. They're going to double up here shortly, giving a lap here as they're going to go 1 to go this time. Or Brennan Pletcher.
Name very familiar to Central Florida race fans, the Pletcher family. Racing all over the state. Even made some NASCAR Cup Series starts. David Pletcher back in the day.
Right rear tire. Taking the adjustment for the 36. Checking the pressures on the Chastain truck before he pulls back out. Joins the tail here. The field doubling up. Well, Monopoly has chosen the outside of row number 2. We'll see if that ends up being a good move. She can follow the 27 of Canales around the 92 of Pletcher, but Pletcher looks pretty strong here. Had a 3/10 of a second lead when the yellow came out. Green this time. 30 laps to go in the truck feature.
Pletcher with the jump one more time. He's going to jump out to the lead, and here comes the battle for second. Griffiths to the inside. Kenneth Canales to the outside. Griffiths has looked strong in that 5 truck.
Move that time to choose the outside didn't work for the 59 of Monopoly, as Monopoly was caught behind the 27 of Canales. Canales slipping back a little bit. There's a sideways number 5 of Richard Griffiths there, trying to make that run to the inside. This is when they really start to skate around. That's what we like watching about the trucks. When they're a little bit free, they get really free about this time of the race.
Really free, and Griffiths doing a really nice job holding on to that without getting into Canales. They both could have paid the price right there. Look at Monopoly skating up off the racetrack off of turn 2. She's going to open the door for the 25 truck. That's Taylor Watson, as there's almost some contact there in 3 and 4.
Yeah, Watson up the track, almost making some contact, or at least making a little slight contact with a 59 of Monopoly. She's back up the racetrack again, up against the wall. The battle for the 4th position. As those two battle for fourth, the top three starting to get nose to tail and closing on one another. The 5 of Griffiths trying to close the top two. That's the battle for fourth.
Good side-by-side racing. Becca Monopoly to the top. Taylor Watson to the bottom. Watson powers past Becca Monopoly. Don't see that too often here. As we've got a truck sideways down the backstretch.
52 truck has gone around and hit the inside retaining wall. Chris Pelludat pulls away. It looked like it was a big hit, but maybe not as big as we thought it was originally. As the 52 of Pelludat pulls away and rolls back in line. So somehow, some way, might have got out of this unscathed.
I bet you we took a wild ride back there for sure. Heart rate probably jumping up dramatically inside the cockpit of the number 52 there as he took a wild ride off of turn 2. And how many times have we seen somebody get into that backstretch wall and it just goes haywire from there?
Yeah, it gets real scary on the backstretch when it closes up and competitors are trying to squeeze through. Watch this 52, just middle of the straightaway, just out of control.
He spins the opposite way.
Usually when they're down in that area, they're hitting hard.
Yep.
Somehow, no contact.
You see
Kicks
that.
some dirt and rubber back out onto the bottom of the track and continues
that body
on.
panel flipping around there too.
Just weird where it happened, middle of the straightaway.
He may have gotten loose off a 2 or maybe had a little bit of help. And
pretty far down. Somebody
threw
out a banana peel.
Yeah. Yeah. Mario Hart.
Yeah, that would be it. Wrong division, Charlie.
Wrong division. That was the only time I was going to get to make a Mario Kart joke throughout the week.
1 to go and double up at the line. Brennan Pletcher, Kenneth Canales, Richard Griffiths. Monopoly chooses the outside lane. She had fallen back by choosing the outside of row 2 after the last restart. She took advantage of this one and picks up a spot or so here. Moves back up to the outside of row number 2. See if it works out better for her. Got caught behind Canales and slipped back. Coming to green, the leader, Brennan Pletcher. 1 lap from the halfway mark of this 50-lapper for the trucks. A night 9 of the World Series, and we're back underway.
Pletcher with the jump one more time. Canales trying to hold on to second as Griffiths to the inside.
Inside moving up, Pletcher back into the lead. New second place competitor is going to be Griffiths into the corner. Battle for third, Taylor Watson in the 25 on the low lane. Watson started 8th, challenging Monopoly for 4th. Watson at the line.
Canales not getting a great restart right there is kind of what's impeding Becca Monopoly right there. He was up in that top lane as she was trying to work her way past Taylor Watson and couldn't quite clear her, and they're still side by side.
4th place battle ongoing. It's the best battle on the racetrack right now, past the halfway mark now. Brennan Pletcher, lead build up that time, nearly half a second at the front. 3 wide, lower right of the screen, look out. Wise decision by the 88 of Wilson Martins Jr. Checks up, gets out of that sandwich, doesn't want to tear any more body panels off of that truck, and continues on.
Yeah, all 3 of those trucks have been involved in some crazy action. Yeah, look, you can hardly even tell the 22 had those body panels almost forcibly removed earlier in the night.
Kaufman picking up a spot from Pelludat there, moves up into 9th position. I think that Kaufman truck capable of getting up close to the top 5 again and competing here. Several trucks right in front of him. He can make some moves here and have a nice rally. There's Watson. That's a truck that's rallying right now. From 8th up to 4th, looking for 3rd. The 25 is currently hooked up. Taylor Watson, 2nd place in the points here last season at New Smyrna Speedway for the regular season with 1 victory. That's the truck to watch right now on the move, looking for 3rd.
We'll come to complete 30 laps this time around, 20 laps remaining in our Pro Truck feature event. And there's Pelludat one more time. Looks like he may have had some issues heading down the backside of the racetrack as the battle continuing up among the top 5. The battle for 3rd off of turn 2. There's Kenneth Canales in the 27. Now feeling it from Taylor Watson into turn 3. Watson trying to drive it to the bottom side of the racetrack. Can't get to that back bumper just quite yet.
Peaking low, had the opening, didn't pull alongside, just has a nose in there, not even quite a fender. Now Watson gets a run off of turn number 2 down the backstretch. Taylor Watson for third place. Oh, hits the apron, goes up the track, able to keep it off of the 27 of Canales. Slower traffic there on the inside. Look out! Oh! Not quite clear. It'll work. Opens the door for Monopoly. She's ready to pounce. Oh boy. I saw a 3-wide start to develop, and Canales is going to be able to get back around Watson. Might help Monopoly as well. It does. She goes to the outside. That timing there for the 25 of Watson had moved up to third, and then the slower traffic on the bottom, just nowhere to go with the 12 truck of Noah Blake.
That was a very exciting moment right there as Taylor tried to squeeze back into the lane right there and just did not have enough room, but a nice save by everybody involved. And here comes Becca Monopoly right now. She's going to close in on that back tailgate of the 27 truck. That's Kenneth Canales.
Canales in the 27, running there in the third position. Monopoly running in fourth, lower right. The action heating up deeper in the field. The 07 of Maria Martins running in sixth. Daryl Rudd trying to take sixth away. Will do just that as they run side by side. Right behind them, it's the 36 of Chastain, the 33 of Kaufman. We're making the 22 of Kaufman. Down to 15 to go. Going to be 14 to go this time as we continue to watch the Maria Martins truck running that outside lane.
Maria Martins drifting down all the way down the front stretch, just shut the door on Daryl Rudd right there. But Rudd going to force the issue off at 2. He's down to the bottom side. He's going to sneak past. Ooh, very loose. Yeah, very loose on the 07.
Martins in the 07, slipping back a spot, maybe another spot here. There's Kaufman in the 22. Getting to the inside. He continues to move forward. Oh, and then a little bobble coming off of 2. Martins gets back to the inside lane after running on the high lane for a long time. Becca Monopoly into the wall in the upper left of our screen. They're all over the place, hanging on to these trucks right now with 12 to go.
Yeah, which part of Rolling Chaos do you want to watch? The part of the upper left or the part of the lower right? These guys and gals are really just running really hard as we're closing in on a dozen laps remaining. And the great thing about it is, Adam, it doesn't matter how hard they seemingly bounce off the wall. They just keep powering right on through it.
Trying to come back into the top 3 and make some passes again. Here's Taylor Watson, 4th place right now. Going to go for 3rd. Watson glued to the rear of this 27 of Canales to the inside going into turn 1. Not quite there yet.
Taylor Watson's truck still able to stick on that yellow line. Canales about a half a truck width up off the bottom of the racetrack and sideways through the center of turn 4. Let's see if Watson can use that to the advantage down into turn 1.
Side by side for 3rd. Canales on the outside. Watson on the low lane. Again, she had just taken 3rd away, a few laps ago. And then slower traffic, she got caught behind it, fell back a couple of spots, lost the position to the 27 and the 59 of Monopoly. Monopoly has slipped back. In fact, getting into the wall the one lap on the front straightaway, just got a little too high coming down the stretch. Oh, there's a sideways 27. That's going to allow Watson to get a run into turn 3.
See if she can make it stick into turn 3. Keeping those left side tires right on the yellow line to the bottom side. She indeed will power past and move Taylor Watson into 3rd.
That's one of the best handling trucks on this track. That 25 of Watson is hooked up. Not free, doesn't seem to be skating around everywhere, able to hook the bottom. 6 laps to go for Brennan Pletcher. 2nd spot, right there, the 5 of Richard Griffiths. The difference, 1.6 seconds the last time by. Taylor Watson running 3rd, Kenneth Canales 4th, and Becca Monopoly in the 5th position. 5 to go. That's the leader, Brennan Pletcher.
Across the start-finish line. An open hand from Ralph Miller on the flag stand, signifying 5 more times around. Pletcher now halfway down the backstretch. No pressure from behind. He's got about a 1.5 second advantage over Richard Griffiths. There's Griffiths working his way off at turn 4.
1.6 up. The hood came up. They did a good job with most of the body panels, but the hood let loose. Cody Kaufman falling out of the event. A red truck on the screen. Lap truck. Richard Martin moved over for the leader. Brennan Pletcher, as his lead is at 1.5 seconds with 3 to go. We'll get the 2 to go signal the next time he crosses on the front stretch.
Into turns 3 and 4. Look at this battle. Taylor Watson going to bounce off the apron and almost drifted up into Richard Griffiths right there. But does she have enough time? Just 2 laps remaining. Looks like she's going to power past Griffiths and take that second position.
I'm telling you, that truck is the fastest truck on the racetrack right now. Going to run out of time, though. White flag is waving. 1 to go for Brennan Pletcher. Watson has taken second, down to 3/4 of a lap to go.
Off of turn 2 for the final time. Brennan Pletcher with no pressure out back. Cleanly into turns 3 and 4. He will be looking at the checkered flag from Ralph Miller this time by Brennan Pletcher, picking up the win in the Pro Trucks 50-lap feature event here at New Smyrna Speedway.
Trucks do race pretty well. A late race yellow would have really shaken things up. That Taylor Watson 25 truck was on a rail for the second half of that race. Just started a little deeper in the field, in the 8th position, in that one moment when she had moved up to 3rd and then faded back because of the slower traffic. Kind of shook things up a little bit and cost that 25 a chance for catching the leader. There's the Pletcher 92 coming to victory lane to celebrate here tonight at the World Series. Our second feature of the night. It goes to the 92 of Pletcher. Watson 2nd, Griffiths 3rd, Canales finished 4th. Becca Monopoly took the 5th position. Next on our schedule tonight will be the Mod Mini 50-lap feature. Super Late Model Orange Blossom 100 scheduled to go yet this evening. Super Stock 50 and the Bomber Bees to race as well. The Bomber Bees will end our program tonight, Charlie, and that's going to be a fun one with some of those old big race cars on track.
The battle tanks.
Victory celebration about to take place for Brennan Pletcher in the 92 as we send it down to Jacqueline.
Brennan's going to take that helmet off after what a feature event in the trucks. Able to fend off everyone and all of those restarts that we had. The 92, there's smoke coming out from underneath the hood. He's going to exit out of that truck. Brennan, congratulations on your win this evening. What was the key to the win?
Just saving my tires. I try not to burn them up. I tried to use them at the beginning when they were really good. I got a few of them on the high side there, and then I was able to take the lead on the high side on that restart. And after that, I just was trying not to burn up my stuff, just in case there's a late caution. But yeah, this is awesome, man. I love driving this truck. My parents set it up for me. They make it super fast. They make me look really good. So yeah, but this is awesome.
You mentioned your parents. You are a family team here. What does that mean for you, kind of going back from your home shop to here at New Smyrna?
Yeah, it means a lot because my parents put so much work into this thing to make it fast, and to put it in victory lane for them, it makes all the hard work pay off, you know.
Absolutely does. Congratulations, Brennan Pletcher. He's going to be your winner this evening in the Pro Trucks division.
Definitely a good run for Brennan Pletcher. Thanked his team, said it made him look good, made him look like he was a heck of a driver there as that 92 was hooked up. But the 25, those last couple laps started to cut the gap big time once taking second, as the Taylor Watson number 25 was outstanding. as we send it back down again to Jacqueline.
Taylor, congratulations on the podium. You have a big smile on your face, and you had some speed underneath the hood of that truck. What was the key to your speed?
Great crew. Daniel Webster and my dad and Paul Gottschalk helped us out tonight. They're always there, and Daniel with Right Foot Now Motorsports is one of the best in the business. And with the handling of the car and driver development, they've coached me to grow and be the driver I am today. I do feel like we could have shown some more speed at the end there if I didn't make a couple mistakes in the beginning, and we had a little bit of radio issues. But yeah, still super happy with second and glad I could put a show on for these people.
A show you put on, absolutely. Congratulations. P2 tonight for Taylor Watson.
Yeah, great run, fast truck, and definitely a few more laps in this race. She'd have been right up there battling with Brennan Pletcher for the win. Finished second in points at the track here a season ago. Third position was Richard Griffiths. Richard Griffiths held on to the spot where he started this race and side of row number 2 in the third position, and ends up bringing that third spot home as we send it back down to the front straightaway in Jacqueline.
Congratulations, Richard, here on the podium tonight. What more did you need to get the win?
More experience. First race here in several years, recovering from a spinal cord injury and a broken neck. And racing, they say, is a small family. It's a big family. It really is. I've got Chad Pierce Motorsports. The people that finish in front of me help me. I could be here, take your whole night with people that have helped me. A lot of gratitude, a lot of appreciation for a lot of people.
Well, congrats to you. Richard Griffiths here, finishing in third place tonight in the Pro Trucks. And man, this division, like I said earlier, they are a big family here in the trucks.
They are a local division that competes on a regular basis here at New Smyrna Speedway, and they put on a good show for us.
Absolutely.
Here tonight. Up next, Mod Mini's 50-lap feature on Flow Racing. Three features to start our night, and then we've got 3 more that will be led by the Orange Blossom 100. This is the third of the first 3. For a brief little break to get us set for that Orange Blossom 100, the Mod Minis, kind of like a souped-up mini stock division is what we've got coming up. Their only race of the week. They were scheduled to be here last night and race as well. Top qualifier in the division was Sean Bass, driving the red 112, kind of the old Gary Ballou number and throwback. The red car right there, the bottom of your screen at the start of pit road to head out onto the racetrack. He pulled the 5-pill and will start in the 5th position. We remember Sean Bass from racing late models years ago and then running the Sportsman division here for some time, and usually one of the favorites for Sportsman competition during the World Series over the years. The starting lineup features the 115 of Tyler Simpson on the pole, the 78 of David Russell alongside row 2, 17 of Brad Blanton, and the 8 of Dylan Reynolds.
The aforementioned Sean Bass, our quick qualifier tonight, will roll off 5th alongside the 95 of Bernie Winton. Aaron Jackson in the 29 will start from the 7th position, and Todd Latour in that beautiful number 21 David Pearson throwback will start 8th. John LaGeorge and Rex Christian round out our 10-car starting lineup.
That is the lineup for tonight's 50-lap feature, as Brennan Pletcher victorious in our truck feature event. Modifieds, Bill Burba claiming feature win in the Florida Modifieds tonight. down to our final 4 feature events of the 57th running of the World Series of Asphalt Stock Car Racing. Cars rolling a couple of laps before we get them underway. Had the Bomber A's earlier this week. Got Bomber B's coming up later tonight to end our program. The next race on the schedule will be the Super Late Model 100. The Orange Blossom 100.
20
There's some
cars, I believe, lined up down on pit road.
Yeah, some big names have joined us again tonight. In addition to those that have been competing every night here, Stephen Nasse is back. Bubba Pollard is back. Connor Mosak, after his pretty strong run over at Daytona today, he's here. We'll be starting just outside of the top 10 tonight. I think we're going to have a pretty good 100-lap race. Casey Roderick's got some challengers in that field tonight.
Yeah.
Coming off 2 straight wins and
his first 2 ever.
In the point lead.
Yeah, first 2 ever in the World Series. It's a stat that I find to be almost unbelievable. If it didn't come from Elgin, I wouldn't believe it. A couple of really cool looking race cars on the screen here for anybody who had followed late model racing in the late 1970s, early 1980s, including that number 21 right there. Very familiar looking ride for fans of David Pearson. David actually, in the later days of his stellar NASCAR Cup Series career, actually built a late model and came and ran a ton of pavement late model races all across the southeast in 1979, 1980, 1981, and brought the Carolina Tool sponsorship and the very familiar number 21, font that the Wood Brothers used, and raced it all over the place as we see more fireworks down in turn 1.
I love shooting off fireworks.
I know you do.
I'll tell you what, I feel like the ones for the Orange Blossom are going to be pretty impressive.
I'm hoping.
I'm going to head down there.
Get me one of those if you go on down.
I'm going to head down, shoot some fireworks, and grab the funnel cake.
The funnel cake. I need the funnel cake. Not, you can have the beer.
I don't want the beer. Coming to 1. 1 until the green. Tyler Simpson, David Russell in row 1, Brad Blanton, Dylan Reynolds in row 2, Sean Bass, top qualifier in the 112 inside of row 3. Ernie Winton outside in row 3 as well. Just missed the invert, did Winton.
And there's the Gary Ballou throwback right there, the 112. That's a pretty legit looking 112 too. More.
Shooting off some good stuff down there.
So did you ever find the, when you did fireworks down in Springfield, have you ever found the skunk hole down there in turn 3? I can confirm there is a skunk that lives in turn 3 in Springfield.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Coming off of turn 4 to the green. It waves. We are underway for the Mod Minis at New Smyrna. Into the lead goes the 78 of David Russell. See these small tires, small wheels that these cars run.
And the screaming 4-cylinder engines underneath the hood. Russell with a great start there.
Here comes Bass to the inside. By far, setting quick time was Bass. Goes to the inside, that outlaw looking body on this mini, stalking around goes the 17 of Brad Blanton. Blanton in the 17 loops it around. The 21 of Todd Latour just able to squeeze through in that Wood Brothers car, right?
Yeah, that was the one. The David Pearson Wood Brothers car. 1
lap down and 49 to go. Solo car spin for Brad Blanton. Sean Bass has already moved from 5th to 2nd. If this race stays green very long, he is capable of maybe lapping the field. Watch for it.
Let's see if it happens.
That will be what we're going to watch for Sean Bass tonight. The 17 of Brad Blanton pulls away. There's the 3 wide that took place going into the corner, and the 8 just kind of came down into the second lane, closing the door. That was Dylan Reynolds on the 17 of Brad Blanton. There's another look at it from our Flow Racing replays. The 8 of Reynolds didn't want to be in the third lane on exit of turn number 2, so took it back down to the second lane just a little bit too quick, closing the door.
I got to tell you, our camera guys have been on it all week long. I don't think there's been an incident at all this week that we haven't had at least one look at.
8, 29, and 21 didn't get the memo about the choose cone.
That's a tough pill to
So
swallow
half
right
the
there.
field are
Yeah.
going to the tail here. So the 8 ran over it. 29, 8 of Reynolds, 29 of Jackson, and 21 of Latour going to the tail.
Only 49 laps to make it back up to the front.
Yes. So the divisions that have struggled the most with this are maybe divisions that don't have a spotter on top. Maybe not hearing that they're coming to the choose. As those cars drop toward the back. Get the rest of the field sorted out. This might be one of those deals where the race director has to run all the way down from the tower and kind of point where each driver goes specifically here to have that feel to it.
It's a lot easier to go down the stairs here than it is to come up.
Because the 8 is still mid-pack at this point. So nothing has changed so far. I think the 29 is still mid-pack here, 6th. So they got some sorting out to do. With 1 lap down, 49 to go, yellow flag still waves. And it's a communication thing, like I mentioned. I don't know that the mod minis are running scanners, so maybe not knowing where they are supposed to be.
Looks like they got the memo here.
Well, the 22 knows about it. He knows that he is. So the cars at the back have been given the option to pass the others. I feel like the 29 hasn't allowed it to happen yet. Or the 21. So they think they're still good where they are. Somebody's going to have to throw out some spike strips or something.
Well, we're coming to green, so it'll work itself out.
Let's just do it. Green flag is out. Up front, David Russell back into the lead in the 78. The 112 of Sean Bass in the second position. Those two will break away third place. 22 of John DeGeorge, and this is the first 2 in the lead battle here. Bass to the inside for the race lead. In the mod minis at the line. Russell had it that time. Bass will have it next time. Goes into the top spot. Veteran driver of racing here at New Smyrna Speedway. In the lead heading to 3.
Well, let's see how long it takes for him to start to open that advantage. They scream across the start-finish line.
Single file off of turn number 2 is the 8 of Dylan Reynolds. Looks to the outside of the 17 of Brad Blanton. Now back to the low lane. Down the front straightaway. Early on here. Battle for third, heating up. Good move by the 8.
Dylan Reynolds will move past Brad Blanton to take 4th position. Here's the battle for 2nd. David Russell and Ernie Winton. And here comes Dylan Reynolds in the black number 8 car, closing in on this group. Should be a 3-way battle.
Sean Bass, the leader, checking out his lead at 1.3 and growing. That is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Russell, Winton, and Reynolds. As they're side by side coming down the back straightaway, the 8 of Dylan Reynolds has taken the 3rd spot away from Ernie Winton in the 95. There's the leader crossing the line now. 2nd place David Russell crossing 1.7 seconds, almost growing to 2 as they're working traffic as well. The 6 of Mark Broke on the inside lane.
Dylan Reynolds closing on David Russell into turn 3. He's going to go from the top side down to the bottom side and draw alongside. Russell into turn 1. Move Dylan Reynolds into second.
The 8 of Reynolds running in the 3rd position. 78 of Russell, 95 of Winton, 17 of Blanton. 41 laps to go, first 9 down. The lead has stabilized there at 1.7 seconds. 1:15 pulled pit side that last time by. That's Tyler Simpson. There's that Pearson scheme from years ago. Pearson built a sportsman car with that scheme using the familiar Wood Brothers number back in the day. Besides late model races, used it to compete in some select modified races. Ran a few NDRA dirt late model races with that Blue Roof 21. Matthew Dillner kind of dropping some notes on this cool looking car. You always like those old schemes that you get to see.
Absolutely.
The blue scheme, for example, that's leading the race, the 112 of Sean Bass.
So I remember the Gary Ballou scheme that we see on the Sean Bass car. He brought a car that looked just like that to Michigan International Speedway and dominated an ASA race there in, I believe, 1984.
Hey, Sean Bass is lapping a lot of cars. However, the second place competitor, Dylan Reynolds, actually closed the gap down to about a second, and now Bass has picked it up again. There's the 21 car. Moving over, Todd Latour to the inside, allowing Bass to go the high lane. Latour was running in 8th, and that puts him 1 lap down. So 7 drivers of the 12 that started on the lead lap. Look at him work the wheel in the outside lane, Dylan Reynolds.
Sliding through turns 1 and 2 right there. There's a good battle for position starting to heat up. That is Ernie Winton in the 95. He's got about 5 or 6 car lengths on Brad Blanton right there, but Blanton's been reeling him in here the last couple of laps.
36 to go, 14 completed in this 50-lap event.
And he's there. Blanton to the inside.
Blanton looking low on Ernie Winton. 4th position is the battle. Coming off of turn number 4, they're closing on some traffic ahead as well. The 29 of Aaron Jackson moves over to the inside lane. Jackson running in 8th position. We now have 6 drivers on the lead lap.
The lap car serving as a pick right there for the 95.
4-cylinder race cars. Souped up mini stocks. Pretty much whatever they want to do body wise, as you can see. Anything from an outlaw body looking late model to a template type body or a sportsman look. Here again it heats up. Blanton looking low on Winton, 4th place. The lead up front over 2 seconds for Sean Bass over Dylan Reynolds. Ooh, in close. You see him trying to keep up their momentum through the corners, and right there, 17 of Blanton didn't want to check up on Exeter Fork, even though he was pushing up the track toward the 95.
With these tiny tires and the 4-cylinder engines underneath the hood, you absolutely have to stay in the gas. Once you've committed to be on the throttle, you have to stay on. If you come up off the gas even for an instant, it's going to kill your momentum. So they do everything they can to keep these engines wound up even through the center of the corner. And if you do have to jump off the gas, you're going to watch that driver you're racing with drive off into the distance.
78, David Russell running in 3rd currently. That's 3rd, 4th, and 5th, making their way through 3 and 4. Russell, Winton, and Blanton with 31 laps to go, still early on. Just 19 completed in our 3rd feature race of the night. Super late models coming up next. The Orange Blossom 100.
There's 3rd, 4th, and 5th on the racetrack while they've been battling for position amongst themselves. Ernie Winton and Brad Blanton have closed in on David Russell in the 78.
This is the closest, tightest battle for lead lap position on the racetrack. Blanton in the 17. Winton in the 95.
Nose to tail off of turn 4. Almost like they're working the draft over at Daytona International Speedway, following each other down to the tire tracks.
There's the leader upper left of the screen. That's Sean Bass. His lead has grown to 3.2 seconds. He's closing on some more traffic ahead. It will be the 6th place car of John DeGeorge, which would give us 5 on the lead lap after he passes him. Going to get a little cluttered here going into the first corner. Has the 3 there as well. Rex Christensen. Sean Bass did compete in a few events during last season in this class. Finished 7th in the standings here at the racetrack. Sean Bass has 7 World Series wins, 5 in the Sportsman and 2 in the Pro Late models. So he's a familiar face in victory lane. I talked about his Sportsman prowess earlier.
A lot of laps here at New Smyrna Speedway.
And there's the final driver on the lead lap, the 22 of John DeGeorge, moving over. Nice looking 22 car. Gives us now 5 drivers left on the lead lap, and we're at halfway. 25 in, 25 to go.
And he is exactly 1/2 a lap ahead of that battle right there.
I'm telling you, I told you it could be close, Charlie.
It could be close, but I'm going to go with you. I'm going to go with you. You've got this one down. He is exactly 1/2 a lap ahead, exactly half the way through this race.
We had that early yellow that helped keep it a little closer too. That was like with just a lap in though. And it's been clean since. The 17 of Blanton looking low. The 17 of Blanton was the point runner up here at the track last season. Right now running in the 5th spot, looking to make a move on the 95 of Ernie Winton. Winton finished 4th in the track standings last season. One of the regular classes here at New Smyrna Speedway is this Mod Mini Division. The lead up front for Sean Bass over Dylan Reynolds is 3.3 seconds. The 2nd place car staying within somewhat striking distance. The rest of the field in danger of going down a lap as they are half a track behind, as you mentioned. David Russell has 3rd. Ernie Winton has 4th. Brad Blanton has 5th. And that's the 3 we continue to watch. We know that a battle was forthcoming at 22 to go.
There's David Russell in the 78. Ernie Winton in the 95. Brad Blanton in the number 17, the black car at the tail end of the field.
Todd Latour looks like he's off the pace, running the bottom of the track and coming to the pits this time. Going to be the last we may see of that Wood Brothers paint scheme in this event. And there's the gap. Sean Bass trying to catch 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So this guy in the 112 is the leader, Sean Bass. 3rd, 4th, and 5th, just about on the same straightaway.
Just about.
You can almost see them.
Just a matter of feet from being on the same straightaway.
And this will slow their progress a little bit as they start to heat up in that battle a little bit, as well as the 29. Slower traffic there moving over. Aaron Jackson, they get around the Jackson car, who runs in 8th. Here's the 17 of Blanton to the inside. All of a sudden, the 95 of Ernie Winton has put it up in the 4th groove. Oh, no, big hit, front stretch. Got him turned, closed the door a little soon maybe, and around goes the 17 of Brad Blanton. Blanton, a big hit, got the radiator, and maybe more, and pulls down out of the way of the oncoming traffic. 19 laps to go. Blanton running in 4th, closed the door on Winton a little too soon. Didn't have him quite cleared, I think, when he took the right to make the left into turn 1.
Just lacked a couple of inches from being clear. And there is a lot of damage to the 17. You see the driver has the helmet off. He's about ready to climb out under his own power. Always a good sign to see after an incident such as this one.
Don't even know if he really got the suspension on the front wheels. I think he hit it nose first into the wall as he climbs out. Definitely didn't want to do that. Was having a decent run there in the top 5. And moved up to 4th right before that happened, as we take a look at a Flow Racing replay. Watch him come down the front stretch. He had him cleared for a second. He probably thought he still had him cleared. 95 actually kind of turned down into him, too. So, man, tough when they're on the front stretch. I don't know if the 95 thought the 17 was starting to come up, so he turned down. Watch this view. 17 starts to go up. 95 comes down. They both. Crazy. 95 definitely didn't do him any favors there, Charlie.
Yeah, the 17 came up just barely.
I don't think he was going to take him all the way to the wall, though.
Let's take a look at full speed and see how quick this happens.
Yeah, I'd say more on the 95 than the 17.
Certainly
he started to come up, but he didn't continue up.
I don't think there was any intentional action right there, but maybe just a bad judgment and a bad reaction to what he was anticipating was going to happen there. But in any case, all that discussion aside, there's the result. Heavily damaged number 17 car for a driver who ran well up into the top 4 most of the night, Brad Blanton.
17 of Brad Blanton out of the race after a crash, Jacqueline.
Brad, unfortunate end for you tonight. What happened from your point of view?
I couldn't see. I thought I had position. I certainly was touched in the right rear corner. So, I'll have to watch the video. I try not to jump to conclusions, but it's certainly disappointing end to a night that was going really well. I felt like I could have gotten up to 3rd, and so we were all kind of tight there together, and I had worked clean, and I had been respectful. I had not even touched, and so I really don't know if that was an accident. I don't know if I even came up. Won't know until I see it, but right now just disappointed.
Very wise interview from what seems to be an experienced driver who wants to see the replay. We can't even really describe it necessarily after that. It was really strange, and like he said, he ran him clean for all those laps. I don't know if there's any history between, these drivers. We only get to see him race, once or twice a year, obviously. But he started to come up, but he did leave room, and then the 95 came down. So just a strange deal and a well-handled interview by driver, the 17, Brad Blanton.
Kind of reminds me of Burt Myers' interview from the other night. Burt's a fiery guy. He said, I don't know what happened. I need to see that Flow Racing replay. The coverage, he literally said the coverage has been excellent. So here we go. We're going to come to the choose here this time around. Now, I think that may do in your chances for Sean Bass to be the only driver on the lead lap here, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's not happening. I don't think he was going to lap the 8 anyway. The 8 was still within 3 seconds, 3.7 seconds of Sean Bass, so it was going to really have to fade. I think he would have definitely got up to that point, though. I think we would have had all but Dylan Reynolds. 3 and 29 going to the tail this time. The 3 of Rex Christensen, the 29 of Aaron Jackson. 2 drivers that are each 2 laps off the pace. Didn't do so well on the choose rule. They're pretty much toward the back anyway, so we're good to go to come to green this time.
That's the great thing about restarting from 10.
Yeah, you can cheat at the choose code. Doesn't matter.
Right.
You're already at the back. Coming to green, the leader, the 112 of Sean Bass. Only driver even close to turning the same sort of laps as Dylan Reynolds in the 8. Goes into turn 1 on the inside lane. There's the challenge by Russell to the high side.
Battle on for second down the backstretch. Russell in the 78, looking for some room to the top side of Dylan Reynolds.
18 laps to go, and the lead starts to grow already for Sean Bass. Already to second after 1 lap. If he puts another second on it here, then he's just playing with him. He was at least before the green, or before the first yellow there. That bunched him back up. 18 to go, going to be 17 to go for Sean Bass.
33 laps in the books, 17 laps remaining in our 50 lap modified mini feature event.
Added another half a second there to the lead over Dylan Reynolds.
And the great thing about that Gary Ballou throwback is it's got some body work on there that Gary Ballou probably would have come up with. He was always known as being an innovator. In addition to having beautiful paint and numbers on those cars, he was always innovating, always coming up with some new idea, pushing the envelope and making his cars a lot faster than the competition.
15 to go for Sean Bass as his 112 screams by the front straightaway. The lead up to 1.9 seconds. There's the 22 of John DeGeorge. He was just going a lap down before the crash, so he got his lap back via the free pass.
And he's making the most out of it, sitting in the 4th spot, putting some pressure on David Russell for 3rd.
9 nights of action during the World Series again this season. The first 2 nights last week, both hampered by a little bit of rain, though we did see racing on each of those 2 nights. The first, we saw the Sportsman race, and then the rain hit. Second night, we saw Tour Type Modifieds, and it wasn't long after that the rain came in. Then it was all good from Sunday through Thursday. And then last night, Pro Late Models on track for a 100-lap event before the rain hit. Right as the introductions were taking place for the Tour Type Modifieds, it intensified and just wouldn't let up. By the time it did let up, it was, 11 o'clock, and too late to resume by the time they could have dried the track. So the rest of last night's event was scrapped, and again, the track stepping up big and paying the full modified payout based on qualifying. And Matt Hirschman was the top qualifier. There was a high likelihood that he might have ended up claiming that in the 100-lap feature the way his week was going.
Yeah.
He won all 4 feature events starting Monday through Thursday. And what a week he had.
I wouldn't have taken your $10 bet.
You wouldn't have taken it?
No.
I was going to try to make another cool 10.
10
to go.
Yeah, that ice cream stand's got some good stuff.
10 laps to go for Sean Bass, Dylan Reynolds, David Russell, John DeGeorge. Hypothetically, if we were to have bet on that, you wouldn't have hypothetically taken it.
I hypothetically would not have. I would rather just go buy you some ice cream.
Yes, that'd be great. 9 laps to go.
Would be easier.
For the 112 of Sean Bass. Lower right of the screen. That is 3rd and 4th. David Russell, John DeGeorge. Not shown is Dylan Reynolds because he's all by himself running in the 2nd spot. So we continue to watch the 1st place car on the upper left, the 3rd and 4th place cars lower right of the screen. Next time that beautiful 112 crosses, it will be 7 to go.
Not any pressure at all on Sean Bass, and a huge gap between himself and Dylan Reynolds. And Dylan's got a great distance between himself and David Russell. Russell's feeling some serious pressure. For 3rd is John DeGeorge in the 22. Looks to the inside. Just about each and every time they come off the corner, John DeGeorge is trying to find some racing room and maybe trying to pressure Russell into making a mistake.
Going to be 5 to go this time for this 112 car of Sean Bass. Still hooked up. Lead at 2.2 seconds. Right there. 2nd place car. The 8 of Dylan Reynolds gets held up a little bit. Oh, look out. Just started to work by a lap vehicle. Was able to do so cleanly. As the 112 of Sean Bass leads the way.
4 to go this time around. There's the gap between our leader and our 2nd place car, Dylan Reynolds, across the start-finish line. He is currently 3.6 seconds behind that man right there, Sean Bass, who is not feeling any pressure at all. No lap cars out the front windshield. No one within 3.5 seconds out the back bumper.
Bass with just over 2 laps to go makes his way down the back stretch, looking to win yet another World Series race. Add to his 9 wins that he's claimed across multiple different divisions. I should say more than that. Oh yeah. Will be his 8th.
2 to go this time around. He moves to the outside of the number 3 of Rex Christensen. Interesting looking car right there. Sean Bass works off at turn 4. White flag up. Final time around for Sean Bass in the 112.
Bass off of turn number 2, all by himself last time at the line. His biggest lead this race over Dylan Reynolds. Over 4 seconds into 3, into 4, coming to the line and claiming his 8th World Series victory in his career. Sean Bass wins the Mod Minis. Second place, Dylan Reynolds. Taking third, David Russell, John DeGeorge. Those are the 4 drivers on the lead lap. Rex Christensen will take 5th. Aaron Jackson, Brad Planton, Ernie Winton, Todd Latour, Mark Broke. The rest of the top 10, Tyler Simpson takes 11. Shane Satoris takes the 12th spot in our Mod Mini feature. Our next race coming up will be the Orange Blossom 100 for the super late models. A field of 20 cars or so ready to go for 100 laps. Determine the winner of that big race and a championship as well. Casey Roderick with fast time again tonight, and also leading the points coming in. Sean Bass, first start of the week in any of the divisions, has again won some Pro Late Model and Sportsman starts in the past. He's getting ready to celebrate in victory lane, and Jacqueline will speak to him.
Veteran Sean Bass here in victory lane, that 112. Beautiful car that's red, glistening under the lights. We'll see him exit out of this car, going to apply that Flow Racing victory lane hat. Out of the car, Sean Bass. Friends and family surrounding him. Sean, congratulations. Wow, what a dominating car you had in this feature event, and a walk in the park at that. What was your key to success tonight?
It goes to Tim and Ted Volpius. That's the key to this thing. They own it, take care of it, set it up. They just make my job easy, and I couldn't do it without them. Thank my girlfriend Cheyenne for supporting me and make sure everything I have. My dad for responding for me every time. CPH Roofing, Brevard Lumber, BH Chassis, everybody just puts a hand in this thing. Anybody could do it.
Well, you made it look easy. Congratulations, Sean Bass, your feature event winner this evening.
Good run for Sean Bass. Pretty easily done tonight. Just a couple of yellows to where he had to pull back away from the 8 car, who had a good run himself. I guess you could say a dominant second place effort for Dylan Reynolds, because he was all by himself, and he's with Jacqueline.
Dylan, congratulations here on the podium tonight, second place. What more did you need to make it one spot better?
Build a car just like that. The Volpius team, they got that thing figured out, man. There's not a car in the country that's going to touch that thing when they come here. So we'll take our second home and go to the next one with it. I got to thank Brian Finney for all he does, Finney Enterprises, my pop for letting me drive this thing, Robert and Brandon for busting their ass on this thing all day. We got it a little bit better, but we didn't have nothing for that 112.
Dylan Reynolds going to bring home second place.
Top 2, both with smiles. Second place finish, Dylan Reynolds. Nobody's going to beat that 112 car. We got to build a new car and try to figure it out if we're going to get up there and compete with him.
I think I got a hint for him. Take a picture of the body on that car and replicate it as close as you can.
I think the whole car from ground up's pretty stout. Third place run for David Russell. Jacqueline?
I walked up to David. He said, "Woo! Here on the podium tonight for the World Series." What does it mean to you?
Oh, it means a lot. We've had a few little struggles engine-wise and stuff, so to finish a race and a top 3 podium is great for me tonight. Yeah.
Well, congratulations to you. Third place this evening tonight for David Russell.
Pretty happy guy right there in the top 3. Got a chance to race this week for the veteran driver. Orange Blossom 100 for the super late models is next on Flow Racing. Welcome back to New Smyrna Speedway, where night 9, the final night of the World Series here in 2023, is well underway. 3 features now completed. Sean Bass recently winning the Mod Mini 50-lap feature. Next up, 100 laps for those cars, the super late models, for the final time this week. So the supers see kind of some fog building up on the back windows here. A little bit of moisture in the air and the coolness in the air as well. As we get ready to take a look at the starting lineup of a field of about 20 super late models for tonight's event. James Lynch, Stephen Nassie in row number 1. The invert tonight was a 6. Gio Ruggiero, William Sawalich, row number 2. Bubba Pollard qualified second inside of row 3. Led for a while the other night. Casey Roderick starts in the 6th position in the 18.
Multiple-time track champion Brad May will roll off from the 7th position alongside Gabe Summers in that number 15 car. Been a pretty good week for Gabe so far. Bill Van Meter in the number 23 will start 9th alongside Nick Noggle in the number 08. Been a pretty solid week for Nick in that 08 car. Connor Mosack started from the pole in the ARCA race at Daytona, led 25 laps, even made a little off-track excursion, still came home with a top 5 finish. He's going to roll off from the 11th position alongside Brandon Short in the number 18, who will start 12th.
Second half of our field has TJ Duke on the inside lane in the 28 car, Austin Terrace outside in the 29. Row 8, Patrick Thomas in the Brad Bay backup car, Trenton Henrick in the 17 starting 16. Nick White in the 22 starts inside of row 9. And Steve Weaver Jr. in the 112 starts outside of that row. Final starter John Kaufman in the 58. Here's a look at the point standings coming into the final night. A 22-point advantage for Casey Roderick over Gio Ruggiero. That's a difference of 11 positions in this race. So most likely if Roderick finishes this race, it's going to be tough for Ruggiero to take over that top spot in the championship. Roderick coming off back-to-back wins.
Sawalich just had a great week. He's been in contention multiple times, just hasn't been able to knock off the likes of William Byron and Casey Roderick. And how about this? A veteran New Smyrna Speedway driver, Tim Russell, up on the spotter stand for William Sawalich.
There's the 51 of Stephen Nassie as the crew gets him buckled in and ready to go as well. Nassie had a good run in the Southern Super Series race. Did you see the dew on the race car? Goodness.
The marine layer has settled in here at New Smyrna Speedway tonight.
Jacqueline Drake, we've got a big 100-lapper here to finish our week for the super late models.
Absolutely, we do. I checked in with several drivers, starting right here with the 51 of Stephen Nassie, who has had a little bit of trouble earlier this week and has just been testing out that car throughout the 35-lap events. I said, how do you feel about today's starting front row outside? He said, I feel pretty good, but it doesn't always go as planned. He's hoping to have a positive mindset into this 100-lapper and close out the deal to put a bookend on this week. Additionally, I checked in with the 18 of Casey Roderick. He is currently on the hook here for the championship, as well as recovering with a new car at the latter half of this week. He's feeling very good about the 100-lapper, but he's going to be starting in 6th place, and that track position could put him a little bit behind the 8 ball.
With as fast as he's been the last couple of nights, track position might not be too bad starting on the outside of the third row, but the difference tonight is the field's a little more stout with Stephen Nasse and Bubba Pollard, two of the best super late model drivers the last few years in tonight's field.
And I think that's the reason why Roderick made a midweek race car change. You know, that car was good. I don't think that car was good enough to beat Stephen and Bubba. And I think Roderick thinks the car that he's in now might be capable of doing that in a straight-up shootout. So we'll see how it plays out here tonight. It's the field rolling off of pit road.
Stephen Nasse has won the Saturday race of the World Series before. William Byron won it 1 year ago. Listen to who's won this Saturday race to end the World Series 5 times. It's a driver I'm sure you've seen race in person quite a bit. Got to see him towards the end of his career and, you know, my announcing career back in the early to mid 2000s. Junior Hanley.
Oh, yeah.
He's won 5 of these Saturday races.
I saw Junior Hanley win the 1981 Toledo Speedway Track Championship in the late model division. Also saw him break the 16-second bracket. First driver ever into the 15-second bracket at Toledo Speedway back in 1984. I was there that night. Very impressive. I mean, you talk about a wild body work, body creation. Junior Hanley always known for that. Boy, he just came out and demolished him that night.
Came down here in 2001 as a fan, and Junior Hanley was racing both super late models and tour type modifieds during the course of that week. So he was a busy man as we send it back down to Jacqueline.
Another busy man on the track is that 26 of Bubba Pollard. A few nights ago, he came in and had some damage to his car. I checked it with the team just to clarify what had gone wrong. They said, we broke a fender brace. That was all. We thought it was something more serious. So he's back out on the track after having a few nights off, and he's ready to rock and roll.
Good starting field here tonight. It will be very similar to our race that we had a 30-plus car starting field on Tuesday night, but how they handle the race and how much patience do they show. They had pretty good experience. The difference tonight is they aren't racing on the same track as the Tour Type Modifieds. Today, the Tour Type Modifieds are not here, so the track has only had late models, mini stocks, different types of rubber on it than we saw earlier today, than we have in each and every day of the week.
I think one of the major differences tonight versus Tuesday night is the absence of the defending champion of this race. William Byron not entered tonight, but he was here on Tuesday evening, and he absolutely demolished the field, racing his way up towards the front, and had a lot of luck.
He did. He had some help.
He had a lot of luck because Bubba Pollard, Stephen Nasse, and William Sawalich all fell by the wayside. So we'll see how it plays out here tonight. Nasse is going to start up close to the front. Sawalich is going to be right behind. And I believe Bubba Pollard not too far behind them as well. So all 3 of those drivers, 3 drivers who coulda, woulda, shoulda been in competition or in contention on Tuesday, will be right up near the front.
Casey Roderick this week leading the standings coming into the event by 22 points. As we mentioned, Roderick, the Mississippi driver, 30 years of age, and he's finished second twice, third once, and he's won twice. And those 2 wins have come with this race car as opposed to the one he started the week with that also got him in the podium every time. It just wasn't quite good enough to get in victory lane, he thought. He set fast time just about for every one of these races.
Sometimes it's easier to change the race car than change the race car setup, and that's exactly what they did. Casey Roderick has been the beneficiary. He has not missed a trip to victory lane since making that change.
Giving the drivers a few extra laps to get some heat in the tires and get some of that dew off of the race cars.
Yeah, really.
They were damp down in the pits. And again, folks still filing into the grandstands. It's a cool night, kind of a damp night, not as damp as it was last night about this time, as we had rainfall set in. Looks like we should be able to stay dry as far as that goes. And we're going to come back and get them doubled up at 2 to go. James Lynch has had a pretty good week. First appearance at the World Series for James Lynch out of Illinois. Best finish is a few top 10s for the 76. But he's logged a lot of laps. He's a young driver. He's had a chance to get out there and garner a ton of experience in super late model competition this week.
Good crowd on hand. They're up on their feet, waving to the drivers as we get the 2 to go signal this time around, I believe.
Talked about Bubba Pollard and a good run he was having last Tuesday. Didn't know that we'd see him back anymore this week, but he decided to make the trip, and I think some of that was the Tour Type Modifieds that go on, and plus this is a special event, so a chance to come down and race, and so close to maybe claiming a win. Of course, he won at Speedfest, Watermelon Capital Speedway, end of January, and was definitely a contender on Tuesday night in that ASA Southern Super Series event before issues sent him to the pits. 1 to go for the front row of Lynch and Nassi. That race the other night had Nassi out front early with Pollard following. Nassi fell out with rear end issues. Then Pollard had his issues later in the race while leading convincingly at the time. Sawalich fell out, I think, at one point running second.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, William Byron was in the lead and he went on to win. Pollard rallied to get back up into the top 10. And now, without issues, Nassi, Pollard, Roderick, those are 3 of the favorites. Who else will step up coming to green? 100 laps underway for the Orange Blossom 100 for the super late models at New Smyrna Speedway.
Ooh, here comes Gio looking to the inside on the initial start. Gio Ruggiero tried to dip to the inside, couldn't make it happen. He's going to fall back in line. Side-by-side battle for the lead for second and third. Here comes James Lynch to the inside. He's going to take the top spot. Stephen Nassi back to second. Battle on for third and 1.
Side by side between the team cars. Inside is Ruggiero, outside is Sawalich. There's a big move going into that first turn on the start, too, for Ruggiero. Had an opening to maybe make it 3 wide with Lynch and Nassi. He didn't do it. It's lap 1 of a 100-lap race. Probably a wise decision. He now slips back to the 4th spot. Sawalich has taken 3rd. Casey Roderick started 6th. He's in 5th, looking for 4th in the 18.
Casey Roderick has already picked up a couple of positions on the initial break here. He's right. Ooh, Gio Ruggiero very loose off at turn 4.
Here's Roderick peeking to the bottom. That car has been so strong the last few nights. Couldn't quite get the run there. Looks again to the inside in 3. Still early on. Just 3 laps down. 4 at the line. This is a battle for 4th position.
Action pretty intense here in the early going as these drivers try to position themselves as far up in the running order as they can here in the early laps. William Sawalich holding on to 3rd in the number 2 car. His Donnie Wilson Motorsports teammate Gio Ruggiero holding on to, that is I believe, the 4th position in the number 22. And there's your current World Series points leader, Casey Roderick, in the number 18. He's got Bubba Pollard about to be knocking at the back doors. These 5 cars run nose to tail off of turn 4.
Roderick, what a run down the front stretch into turn 1. Convincingly pulls off the pass, and then Ruggiero lays the bumper to him multiple times down the backstretch. But that opens up the door for Pollard. So Ruggiero in the 22 after Roderick makes the pass. Put that Camry number 22 nose right in the fuel cell of the 18 of Casey Roderick.
Aggressive move off of turn 2 there for Gio Ruggiero. We haven't seen that from Gio at all this week. I don't know if he thinks, that the 18 might have checked up just a touch off the corner there, if he was delivering a message or what, but haven't seen that type of aggression out of Gio Ruggiero at all throughout the course of the World Series.
Gabe Summers in the 15, the Wisconsin driver, running currently in 7th. He started at the front of the field in the recent super late model race 2 nights ago, but wasn't able to capitalize off of that good starting position. Fell back in the field early in the race. Roderick ready for his next move. He has run down William Sawalich. Roderick just looking for an opening. Found one on the front straightaway. of Sawalich's team car, Ruggiero, just a few laps ago. Now he's going to try to find the opening to get around the number 2 car of Sawalich. He's a little bit quicker on corner exit. 10 laps completed, 90 to go. Going to be 11 in at the line as they follow Nassi, who's running second. Meanwhile, James Lynch has checked out early, but is he using too much up in the early going?
Sawalich moves to the inside of the last car. Roderick going to follow right in the tire tracks. And look who else is in the mix. There's the 26 of Bubba Pollard. It's a three-way battle for position for 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
It's going to be 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th in just a moment because they are tracking down Stephen Nassi in the 51. Roderick, there's an opening. Can he capitalize? Peeking to the inside into turn 3. Sawalich will close the door for a moment. There's going to be slower traffic. They will single it out again. Pollard nearly makes contact with Roderick as they check up in turn 4 to get around the Weaver number 12. And now they're racing again. 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Sawalich, Roderick, and Pollard.
Going to pick up where he left off before he had to fall back in line. Roderick going to start to try to put pressure on William Sawalich off of turn 4.
Oh, look at this heavy traffic on the back straightaway. The 17 of Trenton Hennick goes to the outside as 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th go to the inside lane. Going to be tight for Ruggiero there. He will go to the inside. Lap traffic is heavy here early in this race. 15 laps in. They're already lapping the first 4 or 5 cars in the field. But there's 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Stephen Nassi about to have some company in the form of William Sawalich.
There's the Summers car. Saw the flame shooting out the right side of that ride. That's Summers going after the 22 car.
And the right or the front brake rotor's aglow on the number 15 car. Gabe Summers really getting that car hard on the brakes as he enters the corners here. Look at this battle still continuing on. Casey Roderick still trying to find a way to get around William Sawalich. Sawalich is closed in on Stephen Nassi. So this is the battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Action is hot in the top 5 right now. Nassi has gapped the 2 car of Sawalich a little bit again. Trying to maybe just settle in here early. Maybe he thinks James Lynch is going too hard too early in this race. James Lynch's lead is over 2 seconds at the front of the field.
Yeah, this is one of those racetracks, Adam, that you can very easily wear the tires off of your race car. You push it a little too hard, a little too soon, you heat them up, and they're not going to come back. And that's what's a concern right now for James Lynch. He has jumped out to a very dominant lead, 2.27 seconds over Stephen Nassi in 2nd. And then you have this battle for position, and you have to wonder how much abuse they're doing to those tires as Sawalich and Casey Roderick go at it. Now Roderick to the inside.
Roderick makes the move to the inside of Sawalich. It's for 3rd position. Down the back stretch, Roderick inches forward, clears him. Sawalich going to try to get, and he gets back to the rear bumper of Roderick. Both of the Wilson team cars have made contact with Roderick after he clears them. And again up the track, they'll push the 18 into the outside lane. Maybe a story behind this, as there's the 2 car of Sawalich into the corner, takes Roderick up the track. Here comes Pollard.
Track. Wow. Some aggressive moves there.
I would not want to be William Sawalich right now.
No.
There comes Roderick closing the gap back on the number 2 car of Sawalich. He better be up on the wheel. Going to complete lap 24 this time by. The leader is James Lynch. And there's some contact. Here's Roderick to the inside. Play with fire. You sometimes get burned, and that time Roderick. And here comes Sawalich back. So now it's Sawalich's turn. This is, mind you, all in the first 25 laps of this 100-lap race. Sawalich trying to pass Roderick. Back once again. The battle for the 3rd position. Roderick has it. Sawalich wants to take it back. Very early in this race. Meanwhile, Stephen Nassi is pulled away in the 2nd spot.
Once again, Sawalich going to line him up into turn 3. Gave him a little shot right there as they both turned into the corner, but Roderick doing a nice job separating himself, and there's another shot as they go down into turn one.
Little rough in the early going of our super late model feature. Orange Blossom 100 tonight here on Flow Racing. Bubba Pollard watching intently right there in the 26. He might have to look for an opening here shortly and get around him. Something crazy happens. 27 down.
You know, I seem to recall an interview, post-race interview, could have been last night, as a matter of fact, or 2 nights ago.
Yeah, 2 nights ago.
Where William Sawalich expressed a little frustration between himself and Casey Roderick, and I think that frustration boiling over here in the first 25 laps of our 100-lap super late model feature event. He said, you know, if you're that much faster than me, why do you have to bump me to pass me?
I think they got together a side-by-side deal once on the straightaway. As
frustration boiling over certainly led to some intense and entertaining action. But I think cooler heads are going to prevail here as now Pollard looking to the inside of William Sawalich. This is now a battle for 4th and 5th.
Pollard to the inside of Sawalich for position. Young man in the number 2 car has been very good this week. Very consistent. He's racing with 2 of the best in super late model competition right now. He has Roderick in front of him, has Pollard behind him. They're in the top 5 currently. Pollard rounds out that top 5, and Gabe Summers has closed the gap, and Roderick's car has actually slowed up a little bit.
Yeah, he's got some fast race cars stacked up behind him.
So Roderick has slowed up just a little bit with 69 laps to go in this event. The side-by-side battle is for 4th. The 26 of Pollard on the inside of Sawalich. The 15 of Summers is back there watching as well. Good, clean racing. As far as yellows go, early on, we've been clean and green. 32 laps have now been completed. Pollard now takes the spot away from the 2 car of Sawalich.
Pollard now trying to track down Casey Roderick. He needs another car length or so to get up there and battle for the 3rd position.
Bubba Pollard on the rear of the 18.
You know, Roderick kind of going from the frying pan to the fire on that one. You know, he's got William Sawalich knocking on the back door, and all of a sudden he replaces William Sawalich with one of the most aggressive short track drivers in the country in Bubba Pollard. So he just can't seem to catch a break in this one.
Saw Brandon Short pull to the pits that time by as they were able to scoot around him over in turn 4. Pollard racing with the 18 of Roderick. Look at him work it all the way up to the wall. He's using it up a little bit right now. Casey Roderick, maybe the setup a little bit off tonight from what we've seen as of late. And Bubba Pollard, the race coming to him at this point. In the 3rd position, Bubba Pollard about to take it away. If he can get around the slower traffic, Weaver will move down to the bottom and allow him by in turn 1. Pollard takes the position.
Pollard looks like he's got a pretty good race car. He may be able to get up there and chase down Stephen Nasse in 2nd.
See that little wiggle from Pollard there coming off it too?
Yeah.
Had to wait on the throttle a little bit. His car looks good though, right against the yellow line down in 3 and 4. Lynch, meanwhile, leads by 4.3 seconds at the front.
And what an impressive performance by him, a young man who's got very little super late model experience. He's got veteran crew chief Bobby Blunt working on that number 76 car, calling the shots and offering some advice. Of course, not only is Bobby Blunt renowned crew chief and chassis expert, he's also a former driver, so he can give him some firsthand feedback. It seems to be paying off for James Lynch as he has built a sizable advantage as we quickly approach the midway point.
Despite the long green flag run at the start of the race and 39 laps being in the books, we have 14 drivers still on the lead lap. So Lynch started working traffic as now the battle up for grabs again. Roderick is fading. The 18 of Roderick set fast time tonight. Now being overtaken by the 2 car of William Sawalich.
Sawalich drove him up the racetrack a little bit there in turns 1 and 2. And Roderick has thrashed that car around a little bit, trying to keep both Bubba Pollard and William Sawalich behind him, and he may have overheated those tires.
The 15 of Gabe Summers running against the bottom of the racetrack. The lead for Lynch is nearly 5 seconds now, and maybe this next time they cross the line, as he is putting together a dominant effort over the first half of this race. He's not shown this type of speed this week. He's been good. He's been consistent. He's gained experience. He's been in the top 10, but he's not been up there battling for wins. Tonight, he's outstanding as we watch the 15 of Summers drive in to the inside of Roderick. I think if we get a yellow flag, I think you'll see the 18 come to the pits.
Very well could be. He is struggling right now. He has given up several positions, was as high as third, and it's now fallen back to what will be sixth once scoring recycles. And here's a battle between a couple of familiar combatants. Stephen Nassy in second, Bubba Pollard now right on the back bumper in third.
Bubba Pollard's car is strong right now. He kind of rode for a while between second, third, fourth, and fifth. Rode in the fifth spot for a good while himself. Then he made the passes after their aggressive battles for second, third, and fourth. And now he's ready to make the move after running down Stephen Nassy. For second position, Bubba Pollard is there.
These two have gone to battle dozens, if not hundreds of times over the years. And you know, it's one of those things where they can race each other with respect, but every now and then it tempers flare and these two get a little physical. What will we see here? Pollard to the inside. Nassy going to give him plenty of room through 3 and 4. Pollard got a little sideways there, so that's going to allow Stephen Nassy to hold on to the lead there. Hold on to that position.
Nassy on the outside, Pollard on the inside lane. Good battle between the two for the second spot, and Pollard will take the position away. Textbook pass, and Nassy gave him plenty of room to make the pass work. In the meantime, the 2-car of Sawalich has closed the gap. The 15 of Summers has as well. Weaver again moves well out of the way for the leaders. There's the 17 getting down on the flat a little bit, bottoming out. Trenton Hennick, but they're going to be able to get by as the next time the leader James Lynch crosses the line, his lead's over 5.5 seconds. He's going to see the halfway signal. There's Lynch out front right now in the 76. The Illinois driver, a young one that's had this car for over a year from the Bobby Blunt Motorsports team.
Oh, we've got problems here on the front stretch.
Big hit.
Roderick involved.
17 of Trenton Hennick. We saw him push up, nearly making contact with the lead lap car of Summers moments ago, and then Roderick involved here with this 17 car. So we are 1 lap from halfway. First yellow flag of this Orange Blossom 100, and 51 laps to go. And James Lynch's lead that was at 5.6 seconds has now evaporated.
A lot of damage to the number 17, Trenton Hennick. Or excuse me, that is Bell down in that number 17.
We have Hennick listed driving this car tonight. So that car started back in the 16th position, trying to pull away.
Let's take a look at the replay here, Adam. Keep an eye on that blue car. There's Casey Roderick underneath. Ooh, Roderick went onto the grass and then got into the 17. And look at this ride the 17 takes. Up on the wall.
Nice job by the banner hangers. Didn't even take one down.
Didn't even take one down, including our Flow Sports banner down there.
So the slower cars, the cars that are a lap down, are supposed to roll to the bottom, and the lead lap cars are supposed to go around the outside. But I have a feeling they probably warned Roderick that the 17 has been pushing off of the bottom. Maybe that's why he went to the inside. The 17 came down like he's really supposed to do. And the 18 had nowhere to go, went down on the flat trying to avoid down on the grass, and around went the 17. So tough break there. And there's the team looking underneath the 18 of Roderick. We knew he would come to the pits if they got a yellow, because it is not running up to par as it has been recently. They're checking everything out.
A lot of grass in that grill on the front nose of that car.
Heating and cooling shouldn't be an issue
Not
tonight
tonight.
with the cool conditions here at the track.
You know, as we were going to battle there, and I don't know why my brain does things the way that they do, but I saw that number 26 and thought of Travis Braden, who drove the number 26. Good to see Travis here earlier in the week. Travis is going to have an opportunity to go try to win a Daytona 500 with his driver, Alex Bowman, who will be starting from the pole in the Great American Race tomorrow afternoon. So I know the short track world had a big win over at Daytona International Speedway today when former CRA champion Greg Van Alst picked up the win in the ARCA Menard Series race. And I know the short track world also will be pulling for Travis to find a way to victory lane with Bowman tomorrow as we go racing in the Daytona 500. So Travis, of course, a two-time ASA CRA Super Series champion.
They choose this time.
And
the one to go and choose. So Pollard takes the outside. Maybe surprising that Lynch took the inside, but he did start this race on the pole and it worked out for him, so he's comfortable with it. But now he has one of the best in the business, Bubba Pollard, the 26 on the outside lane. We are coming back to the green in turn number 4. William Sawalich restarting 3rd. Nassi restarts 4th. The 15 of Summers restarts in the 5th position, back underway on the front stretch. Next time by, we'll see halfway. Lynch leads the field into the corner. Here comes Sawalich. He and Pollard going after it. Contact. They stack him up a little bit. Everyone patient. Everyone continuing on.
Who's going to be the beneficiary there? William Sawalich in the 2. Off of 4, Sawalich with the lead. Looks like Lynch may have just missed that corner ever so slightly, and Pollard got into him and stacked up the entire outside lane. Sawalich hung a hard left and blew past about 4 cars to take the lead.
Sawalich on the bottom of 3 and 4 leads the way. Lynch trying to rally, trying to recover. There's the 9 of Brad May working the outside lane in the 5th spot, able to get around the 51 of Nassi. How about Brad May up into the top 5? There's Connor Mosack, longtime leader of the ARCA race today at Daytona, to the inside of Nassi. Nassi now fading. Nassi had a pretty good run early, was in 2nd for a big part of this race, but all of a sudden his car has dropped off the pace.
There's a look at the battle for 2nd. Top left of your screen. Bubba Pollard to the inside of Lynch. Lynch's car not quite handling the way that it was before we had our first caution. Still quick, he's just not able to keep it to the bottom of the racetrack, and that opens the door for Bubba Pollard and Gabe Summers.
It's like some of the other drivers have turned up the wick a little bit. When he had that 5-second lead, he was out there in cruise and running well. Now they've been able to smell blood a little bit, working toward the front down to the final 46 laps of this race. Pollard moves up to 2nd. Sawalich leads. His lead last time by was 0.9. And here comes Summers. Summers having his best run of the week in the 15.
Yeah, I was just thinking that before some of that chaos erupted at the midway point of the race. This is the best Gabe Summers has looked all week long in the number 15. He's raced his way up to 4th. And he's all over James Lynch for 3rd.
44 to go to the inside. Here's Summers. Summers down along the bottom lane of the track. Lynch will close the door going down the backstretch. Great run over the early laps for Lynch in the 76, but he's in danger here in a couple laps of falling back to the 5th position. Brad May in the 9 also coming forward. It's been a struggle this week for Brad May. Team car Patrick Thomas pulled in a little while ago, but Brad May still out there racing and doing well tonight. Summers, both drivers from the upper Midwest. Here's Summers moving them over. They'll probably be racing against each other quite a bit here in 2023, and Summers will take the position. Summers in the 15 has now moved up to 3rd into a podium spot. Summers from Wisconsin. From Illinois is Lynch. There's Steven Nassi, the 51, running 6th, 28. Connor Mosack in the 7th spot.
Nassie is one of the drivers that was caught out in that stack up there when Pollard got into the rear bumper of James Lynch. And there's Connor Mosack in the 28. Connor drove the Joe Gibbs Racing entry in that ARCA race over at Daytona International Speedway earlier today. Of course, that's the car that Sammy Smith drove so capably throughout the season last year. Ty Gibbs drove that car to the championship a couple of years back. And Connor had a great day going and got sent down the backstretch into the grass. A quick little spin down the backstretch and still managed to lead 25 laps throughout the course of the day before racking up a top 5 finish at the end.
Hunter Mosack's had quietly a pretty good week here. Has been competitive each and every night. Got a little better as the week has gone on. Hasn't had the podium finishes like we saw when he was running super late models a few years ago here, but he's still running well and actually on his way forward here. Connor Mosack up into the 6th position. There's the leader, William Sawalich. Bubba Pollard, the 26. The gap between the two, that time, 0.8 of a second for first and second. And we're down to about the final third of this race coming up. Orange Blossom 100, seeing the one yellow flag that had Casey Roderick while being on the lead lap, working traffic, making some contact with Trenton Hennig. There's the top 2 working around Weaver again in the 12. A mainstay when it comes to the races here at the World Series.
Sawalich holding on to about a 10-car length advantage over Bubba Pollard. Those brake rotors glowing bright orange. Pollard drifts up the racetrack because there's a couple of cars spitting to the bottom side of turns 1 and 2. There's the 58.
John Kaufman, and then Weaver spun to avoid.
Yep.
We saw John's son, Cody, running earlier in the truck race. John Kaufman in this race was running 14th. 65 down, 35 to go, our second yellow. Slowing the pace in this event. So now we've got the short distance affair left. There's the 18 back to the pits. Casey Roderick and the team, they're going to jack up the rear of the car. They're going to lift the hood. They're looking. They're trying to find maybe what could be an issue on this 18 car, as it's not performing as it has as of late. Having issues with the brakes on the 18 is the report from Jacqueline Drake.
That's enough to do it. You know, the brakes, not only do they help get the car slowed, which is very important, they also help that car, these race cars, turn. And right now, that's what he's going to need more than anything, is help getting that car turned through the center of the corner. You need to be able to get the power down. And right now, he's not able to do that. So what do they have to lose at this point?
Said the first time they added some brake fluid. This time they're trying to work on it and get the brakes back.
I think we see his Valentine Day card right there on the back bumper from his pal William Sawalich right there.
Or Gio. Got something from both there.
Gio sent him a nice Valentine's Day card too, didn't he?
Working on the 18 here. So just working on the brakes on the right rear. They're also on the left side working as well. Didn't know if they were going to try to bleed the brakes or what they were working on here with Casey Roderick, but he's been struggling with the handle on this 18 and obviously very little time to be able to work on it. Tough situation, but what a week they've had. Remember, the difference was 11 positions, right, between Casey Roderick and second place point man Gio Ruggiero. So right now Gio is 8th. Casey's still on the lead lap in 13th. So Casey would still be okay. See how it shakes out. If he finishes on the lead lap, it's going to be tough unless Gio can really start making some moves toward the front. You have to pull the 112 away down there, right?
Yep. Grass, I think the grassy areas here are a little soft. We did actually, for whatever reason, have a lot of rain here last night, despite the fact that that the weather forecasters insisted Mother Nature would no longer interfere with our good times over here at the Speedway. It did rain quite a bit here last night, so I think that ground's still a little soft.
And Jacqueline did confirm they are trying to bleed the brakes, make sure to get all the air out of the lines, if that may be the issue on the 18. So 35 to go. The Roderick driven number 18, going for the championship, has finished in a podium spot every night this week. A couple of seconds, a couple of wins, a third. Will pull out of his pit stall and rejoin the field looking to clinch the championship for the Anthony Campy Racing Team.
Been a good night for Brad May in the number 9 car. It's the red, white, and blue car there to the right side of the screen. Brad, a multiple-time track champion here at New Smyrna Speedway. He's also picked up some World Series wins. And check me if I'm wrong, Adam, but I believe he picked up a win here last year in a 35 lapper. So Brad's still showing he can get it done, even when some of the biggest names in super late model racing are here running up against him. Having a real good run here tonight.
It's a struggle getting that 12 car back in the right direction over there.
How about that? Greg Van Alst fan down here in the grandstands. That's a nice way to celebrate a career first victory. And I can't get over how excited Greg was to end up in victory lane. A big win for all the blue collar racers out there all across the country.
Absolutely. Finally, they get the 112 car back in the right direction. You see the work going on in the 18. There's Anthony Campy there, standing by the left rear, or the right rear. As I believe they came back in to add more brake fluid. Maybe bleed for a quick, short time again. This is the type of thing you want to do in the garage and you got some time,
right.
You know, early in the day.
Right.
You see the crew working on the 18 of Roderick. So the hood goes down. 35 to go. Championship battle getting a little tighter. William Sawalich leads the way. Bubba Pollard is second. Gabe Summers is third. James Lynch, fading a little bit here now, is fourth. And Brad May, coming forward tonight, has moved from 7th up to 5th. Connor Mosack, he's a car that I think is capable of moving into the top 5 now.
Yeah.
And come back to the 1 to go and choose. They've shortened it up a little bit tonight, not using the 2 to go and choose, using 1 to go and choose for all of the divisions so far. It's tough when there's 30 cars to do the 1 to go and choose, because usually the back half of the field can't even get caught up by the time they get to turn 3.
And if you need to reposition somebody, it just takes forever.
There comes Roderick. He'll test out the brakes when he makes this lap, catching up to the field. 1 to go and choose at the line. Looks like Sawalich takes the inside, Pollard takes the outside. As you see the rest of the field coming down the front straightaway. Gabe Summers in the 3rd spot to the inside. And James Lynch to the outside.
Brad May to the inside of row 3. There's Connor Mosack to the outside. Let's see if Mosack can make some moves here on this restart. That car hasn't really been the way that I think Connor has wanted it most of the week, but now it's starting to come to life as we pick up the pace off of 4, coming back to green with 35 laps remaining.
Good restart for William Sawalich, the young man in the lead. He will clear. Oh, look out. Billy Van Meter around the 18 of Roderick is there. I think Roderick may have made contact with the 23, and if he did, hey, he's got a good excuse. He's having brake problems.
Brake problems. What do you expect?
No harm done, though, other than a quick spin from the 23 of Van Meter. Everyone able to continue on. And
it's been kind of a full contact week for Van Meter. We saw a couple of body panels have been replaced on the number 23 car. And, you know, you come down and you race. You basically race an entire month's worth of racing in 6 nights here. And, you know, sometimes just like you would, throughout the course of the regular season. You get a couple of bad nights in consecutive order, and you got to start replacing some body panels. And that 23 team has had a long couple of nights here earlier in the week.
Here's the Flow Racing replay. We watch toward the back. Nope. Casey Roderick can't be blamed. Billy kind of got in a little too hot, got into the back of the 22 of Ruggiero a little bit and spun before Casey Roderick even got to him. So
I'll tell you what,
did work.
He can't use it as an excuse, though, because we have video proof that those brakes are working pretty good.
They definitely worked right there.
Yeah.
Caution lights are off. Pace car will pull in. Here we go, 35 laps. That's been a majority of the races for the super late models this week, and that's what we have left out of this Orange Blossom 100. So Wallach leads in the 2. Pollard on the outside in the 26. Good even start all the way back through the field. Back underway at New Smyrna Speedway.
Picture perfect restart. Every car perfectly aligned as they race their way down into 1 and 2. And look at Sawallich try to drive Pollard up the racetrack, but boy, the old veteran right there wasn't taking any of that. Pollard keeping the nose of the 26 car just off, or just out front there as they race their way off of 4. And look at that contact between Lynch and Brad May.
Yeah, that was scary. Real close to crashing on the front straightaway. So Wallach has been cleared by Pollard. He officially takes over the lead now. 67 at the line, 33 to go, but Pollard fighting that car. Here comes Sawallich back to the inside. The two make a little bit of contact, leaning on each other through 1 and 2.
How did they not make contact there and both go around going into turn 1? Bubba Pollard slammed the door shut on Sawallich, who had a tremendous run off of turn 4.
Single file racing over the first 4 spots. First battle for 5th. Connor Vosak to the inside of James Lynch. 5th position up for grabs. Lynch taking it all the way to the top of the track and down the banking. There's Casey Roderick in the 18. That's a battle for the championship. Roderick has passed Ruggiero now. 22 is faded, and I think Roderick's car is now better.
Roderick's car certainly coming to life. He has passed some really good race cars since this restart. Let's see what he can do when he gets up to Nassie. That will be the battle for 7th here in just a couple of laps.
31 to go. Does he have time? Do a couple of yellows fall out here to give him a chance to get up and battle? He is in the 8th position. He's turning times right around the same as Bubba Pollard, the leader. That time Pollard turned in 18.771. Roderick turned in 18.9 that lap, racing back in the field. Top 2, Bubba Pollard, and the 2 of William Sawallich.
These two are very evenly matched. The question is does Sawallich have enough to get up there and get around Bubba Pollard? We have now less than 30 laps remaining, and as we've seen throughout the first 70 laps here tonight, Adam, William Sawallich not afraid to use that bumper.
28 laps to go. Pollard just holding a pretty wheel against the bottom of the track down in 1 and 2.
Oh,
and here's
no.
one off the pace. James Lynch. What a run he's had, and it looks like it's coming to an end. Lynch leading over the first half of this race in dominant fashion, up by 5 seconds when that first yellow came out at lap 49. But James Lynch, the Illinois driver, heading back to the pits.
Roderick has caught Stephen Nassie. 27 laps remaining. He's going to move to the inside, and it looks like he will dispatch Stephen Nassie without much of a fight. Move Roderick to 7th, Nassie back to 8th.
Roderick turning decent laps. He's quicker than about the second half of the top 10. The first half of the top 10, he's a little bit off. I've been watching his lap time, still not quite the speeds we've been seeing from the 18 over the last few nights. With 25 laps to go, Pollard leading his lead under 0.2 of a second.
Now back to the battle for the lead. Sawallich continues to follow in the tire tracks of Bubba Pollard off of turn 4. 24 laps remaining this time around. Sawallich closing in on the back bumper, and look at this, Nassie to pit road.
Nassie calling it a night. That car faded. It was decent early, ran in the 2nd spot for about half the race, and then fell back for the lead position down the front stretch. Pollard, maybe a little wiggle from the 2 car of Sawallich, moves him up the track. Pollard will hold him off down the back stretch.
Sawallich with a good run down the backstretch and into 3. He is going to maintain about a 1 car length deficit right now over himself and Bubba Pollard. Pollard keeping those brake rotors glowing orange every time he dives off into these corners.
Watch Pollard down in 1 and 2. We don't see super late models run against the bottom lane very much. Any division really against the bottom lane in 1 and 2. They do it typically in 3 and 4, but never like this in 1 and 2, and he's doing it.
Pollard's making it work down there in turns 1 and 2 as well. He's going to open actually pull about a 2 car length advantage over Sawalich.
Usually they're about a lane off the bottom in turn 1 and 2, or at least they start for the first half of the turn up. He goes to the bottom quickly, stays against the bottom all the way through 1 and 2. As you watch the top 2, Bubba Pollard, William Sawalich, their lead is over a second over Gabe Summers, who is in 3rd, Brad May in 4th, Connor Mosack in 5th. At the top 2, it's a veteran leading. He's won just about everything except that one race that we always talk about. We won't mention it now because he's going to get it. This year, he's probably going to win quite a few races, but will he tonight? Because he has a great challenger there, the youngster in the number 2 car. Eden Prairie, Minnesota driver, the 16-year-old William Sawalich.
The battle at the bottom right of the screen is Nicholas Noggle and TJ Duke. Move TJ Duke to 9th. Nick Noggle back to 10th. First time we've seen TJ Duke running into the top 10 this week. And here comes William Sawalich one more time. You know, Sawalich has got a big season ahead. He's going to run a lot of races for Donnie Wilson Motorsports here in this beautiful number 2 super late model. He's also going to run for the ARCA Menard Series East Championship, and he's going to run select races not only in the ARCA Menard Series West, but the National ARCA Menard Series.
Report from Jacqueline, the 76 of James Lynch. Overheating is why he came to the pits and shut it down. Bad break for the Illinois driver who had such a good run tonight. Turned some heads this week. He had a solid week all 9 nights that they were in competition. Here's 15 laps to go for Bubba Pollard, and he's working the wheel pretty hard trying to stay ahead of William Sawalich for the lead.
Sawalich trying to look maybe to the outside instead of following Pollard to the bottom side of the racetrack. He let that car drift up to the middle lane down there in turns 1 and 2. Couldn't make it work, so let's see what happens here this time as they go off into turn 1.
Also a report from Jacqueline that the 51 of Stephen Nassy had a bad vibration, didn't want to take a chance of tearing it up and checking everything out to see where that problem may have come from. He was good for about half the race. 14 to go, 13 to go this time for Bubba Pollard.
Pollard continuing to keep Sawalich at bay. 1 car length in hand now as they dive off back into turns 1 and 2. Sawalich able to gain some momentum and close the gap, but just can't quite get to him. And look at Pollard pull away towards the end of the straightaway there. You can visually watch that gap grow. Now 12 laps to go this time by.
Well, I can already see this developing. I just feel like Sawalich is going to be pretty patient here for a while, Charlie. And if we get down to the final couple laps and he's this close, the bump and run here is pretty popular in just about all of our divisions. It's not something where you have to turn him, but you move him if you do. Maybe he doesn't need to. He gets to the inside here. A little bit of contact takes place. Pollard on the outside, Sawalich on the inside. William Sawalich powering forward on the back straightaway, racing with one of the best. And Bubba Pollard in turn 3. Sawalich takes it. Pollard going to try the crossover.
And if you're going to do the bump and run on Bubba Pollard, you better hope you don't let him. Give him the opportunity to return the favor, and that's exactly what we may see here. Pollard not known for his kindness when you play a physical game of racing with him, and he may get up there and knock right back.
I would say he's not going to be able to catch him to knock right back. I think Sawalich is going to check out at this point. Pollard keeps it on the bottom of the racetrack in 1 and 2. Sawalich, the lead is growing. 8 laps to go this time for the 2 car of William Sawalich. What a big win this would be against this super late model field tonight that was stout. The Wilson Motorsports team has been pretty good all week long. They haven't necessarily been the best, though. I would say that would go to the 18, who's likely going to win the championship. But then tonight, Casey Roderick and that team was a little bit off. There's the Roderick car running in 6th right now. They worked hard to get back out there and compete. It's better now than it was, right around the race's midpoint when they had to come to the pits.
Yeah, I think if we would have found whatever that issue was prior to the start of the race and let him run all 100 laps the way he's running right now, Roderick would be a lot closer to the front, maybe perhaps battling Gabe Summers for third rather than riding around in sixth. But in any case, he may not win the battle tonight, but he certainly will win the war. Almost certain to lock up the World Series of Asphalt Stock Car Racing Super Late Model Championship here tonight, as we will have 5 laps to go this time around. Just 5 more trips around for William Sawalich.
Super Stock 50 and Bomber B20, the next 2 events and the final 2 events of the World Series coming up after this Super Late Model Orange Blossom 100. Leading the way is William Sawalich. 4 laps to go this time. His lead has grown to over half a second. The line this time, another 1/10 he's added to it, about a 1/10 and a half. Sawalich cruising at the front of the field, continues to pull away. Might have 1 more lap car at the most to work around, and that may not even be the case. Pretty clear racetrack ahead. Sawalich with 3 to go.
Sawalich continuing to stretch out that gap. Almost a half a straightaway now as we come to 2 laps remaining. There's a good look at that number 2. Owned and prepared by Donnie Wilson Motorsports. Of course, Bond Suss, a big part of the Donnie Wilson Motorsports organization. Bond, a long time super late model guru. As Sawalich moves down the backstretch and into turns 3 and 4, he'll be looking at the white flag 1 more time around for William Sawalich.
Sawalich this week picking up a handful of podium finishes. Had just the 1 DNF with mechanical issues on Tuesday night during the other big 100 lapper. He was going to be there at the end competing that night, I think, for the win. Tonight, he races into 3. He races into 4 from Eden Prairie, Minnesota. Big 100 lap win in the Orange Blossom race for William Sawalich. Bubba Pollard, good run tonight in 2nd. Gabe Summers, best run of the week in 3rd. Brad May, his best of the week in 4th. Connor Mosack, today's one of ARCA's stars. The top 5 finish in both of his events today, taking 5th in tonight's event. Orange Blossom 100, pretty good clean race tonight with plenty of passing, a few different leaders, and a couple of surprises running toward the front.
And the best part is, even though we're done racing with this division for the rest of the week, didn't really tear much equipment up tonight. Good clean race, lots of great competition, some very close competition with a little, couple of bump and run type opportunities there. But yeah, good clean race and a new face down in Victory Lane.
Super late models claiming the win. William Sawalich the championship. Casey Roderick in the 18. Super late models looking forward now to that Saturday, March 11th, ASA Stars National Tour event. The first of 10 of those. Already about 20 drivers entered for that race. It's going to be big. A little under a month from now, some big names entering for that event. As we send it down to Victory Lane to Jacqueline Drake.
William Sawalich is going to receive congratulations from his Donnie Wilson Motorsports team as they all come by. Give him the fist bump. And out of the car, here he comes. Congratulations, William, winning the Orange Blossom 100 here in the Super Late Models. Describe to me those final laps in the battle with Bubba Pollard.
Yeah, we were a little bit loose out there, but we knew we were better than him. Just can't thank the Donnie Wilson crew enough for giving me that great car. Super happy to be in Victory Lane here. Worked hard all week to get to this point, and I say we did pretty good, so I want to thank Mobile One, TRD, and Soundgear and Starkey.
Absolutely. You podiumed several times here at the World Series. You only had 1 DNF. Would this be considered redemption for you and the team?
For sure. I think this shows what we can do here. I don't think the points championship matters anymore, and we were just going for wins, so I say we got that win.
Congratulations, William Sawalich, your winner tonight in the Orange Blossom 100.
Big hug for Mom down there in Victory Lane. There's his Casey Roderick down there, of course, champion, and his teammate Katie Hettinger, who had a big win earlier in the week.
Casey Roderick, good run, would have loved to finish off his week with 3 straight wins. Frustrating for them and that team. They had some brake issues tonight, and I think they made a little bit better, and they made the car a little more competitive down the stretch, but Casey Roderick Pretty solid run. Second place finish, Bubba Pollard with Jacqueline Drake.
Bubba, congratulations on the podium here, despite not being here all week like many of the other competitors. What was your point of view in the final laps there in the battle with William?
Yeah, he had a better race car. I tightened mine up too much today. I should have left it how we ran Tuesday night, and we'd have been a whole lot better. Our car was way better Tuesday night, and I just wanted a little bit more, and the car got tight on me there. So, it is what it is, but thanks to everyone, Race Car Engineering, Phoenix, Terry Seneker Performance, Factory Canopies, Gale Force, Strange Oval, Racing Radios, 5-star, everybody that helps me out, Swift, Tilton. Come down here and have some fun. And we had two nights that we had fast race cars, and that's all you can ask for.
Bubba Pollard, your second place podium winner.
Yeah, second place run for Bubba Pollard, and you heard it. It was a perfect interview. He said, we tried just to get a little bit more out of it than what we had on Tuesday night. I made a mistake. I tightened it up too much. This place tightens up typically when it gets cooler later in the night, and it probably tightened him up too much. He gave it his all. But what I like to see about that, you've got a 16-year-old kid in William Sawalich and the veteran, one of the best, in Bubba Pollard, and they battled it out at the front of the field as we get a heck of a fireworks display again here.
Yeah.
As we send it down to the third place finisher, Gabe Summers.
Gabe, you had a fast car all night, finishing here in third place. How would you describe your evening?
Yeah, car was a lot better here today. We've been struggling with it all week, and we just kept working and working. And I don't know if it was the modified tires and the rubber on the track all week, but pretty much unloaded with what we unloaded at the beginning of the week, and we were a lot better. So really happy with the run and glad to be on the podium.
Congratulations, Gabe Summers, and the GSR team will bring home third place.
Nice to see Gabe Summers get a podium finish. We've seen him up there competing for victories when it came to the World Series, top threes. We've seen him on the podium before in recent years, kind of a yearly contender now here at the World Series. There you see Donnie Wilson running up into victory lane. He's going to be pretty happy finishing this week. Bon Suss right there on the front of the car with them, celebrating the win. Not that they haven't been competitive all week, but they've got a really good driver there in William Sawalich.
Yeah, and of course they picked up a couple of wins with William Byron earlier in the week. And I asked William, I said, hey, you going to come back? And I'll tell you what, we'll tell that story here in a minute as we send it downstairs to hear from our champion, Casey Roderick.
Casey, congratulations. You are the World Series champion. What kind of challenges did you have to overcome this evening, though, for the feature event?
Well, we had a little problem with the brakes there. The pedal went to the floor. We weren't even going brakes yet, and after we had that little incident with that lap car, I tried to get the inside of him then because he was up top, and then he just came straight across the bottom. Like, I don't know what he was doing, but tried to stay off of him, but just hit that hole on the bottom of the track and got into him there. But came in and figured out that we had a brake line that's on the right rear that came loose, and since unfortunate, we wanted to finish off tonight with another win, and we had the car to do it. The car was very strong, and I got beat around a little bit from the two at the very beginning. Don't really know what his deal is, but we'll take care of him in the next race. No sense in racing like that. He said I ran him dirty last night, but that's not the case. Everybody watching Flow Racing can tell that there wasn't nothing dirty there. So, young kid with a lot of money. Granddaddy and Dad will get him to the top. That's about all I got to say. He's got a long road ahead of him. He's a good racer, but racing like that ain't going to get it done. So we'll get him back. And 22 also, he just got beat with no freaking brakes. So I don't know what his deal is either. I guess they were teaming up on me since I won the past two nights. They're all pissed off from losing, I guess. I don't know. But I just got beat with no brakes. So he needs to step his game up a little bit. But I want to thank Platinum Express for everything they've done for me and continue to do. Very happy to get them a World Series championship tonight, and also Team ACR and Team Chevrolet.
At the beginning of the week, you said, I don't care about the championship. I'm here for wins. despite all that, you did get a win here and now the championship. How does that rank on your resume?
Oh, it's good. I mean, it's nice to run every night for 6-7 nights, whatever it is. And, I fell in a groove there. I felt like I learned a lot behind the wheel and started communicating better, try to get this thing where we need it to pull off a championship and some wins.
Congratulations, Casey. He's going to bring home the 23 World Series of Asphalt championship.
Well-deserved championship, but Casey Roderick not real happy with the way the Wilson team cars battled him tonight.
I'll tell you what, we need to bring the Xfinity Series sponsor over at Daytona here to New Smyrna Speedway, because there was some beef here tonight. There's definitely some beef between Casey Roderick and those two Donnie Wilson Motorsports teammates. Holy heck, what an interview.
Superstock 50-lap feature is up next. Super Late Models put on a good show tonight. The Orange Blossom 100, Saturday, March 11th. We might get to see William Sawalich, Casey Roderick, Gio Ruggiero, some of those guys battling out again for the ASA Stars National Tour Series opener, a 10-race series this year. $20,000 to win there in Pensacola at Five Flag Speedway. That's going to be a fun one. And tickets available if you want to go check that one out in person and enjoy some panhandle weather during the month of March. There's some folks enjoying some heat off of the burn barrel.
And a big pile to go in the burn barrel, too. I love it. We really have had some up and down weather. The nice days here, Adam, have been absolutely picture-perfect beautiful. But the couple of bummer days we had were really bummer days. But it is a great night for racing here. Going to have a good day for the 500 tomorrow. Great way to put an exclamation point on what has been a pretty exciting week of racing here at New Smyrna Speedway.
Super Stocks are getting ready to go. They've got a 50-lapper, then the Bomber Bs. That's the one I'm looking forward to. It's a 20-lapper with all those knock out the windows and go racing type cars. Pretty good stuff from Statboy Elgin Trailer tonight. 22 years, 21 different super late model champions at the World Series. Think about that. 22 years, 21 different super late model champions.
I bet you I could tell you who the only repeat champion is.
Who is it?
Derek Griffith.
Well, that was pretty easy, wasn't it? Was. There were two in the last, 3 years?
Yep. But that is a truly an impressive stat when you think about the level of competition that comes here each and every year. You would be certain that Bubba Pollard might have snuck off a couple of championships, or Stephen Nasse when Nasse was young in his career, or even a Kyle Benjamin who, when he was a 14 and 15-year-old kid, was winning everything in super late models.
They just didn't compete enough years to do it, honestly. Like
exactly.
Bubba Pollard has hardly ever competed for a full series except when he drove David Rogers' car the one year.
Exactly.
And, Nasse in the 51, he hasn't competed in a lot of full series either. He basically runs, a couple specials, maybe one of the 35 lappers each year. As post-race celebration about to wrap up on the front straightaway, and then we'll roll off the Super Stocks. We'll take a look at the Super Stock lineup here for this 50-lap event. The 18 of Justin Spears, the 2022 champion of the Super Stocks here at the Speedway with 4 victories last summer. He starts on the pole. Bobby Hawley in the 56, familiar name. We usually see that driver competing with this race each and every year. Second in the 2022 points. He picked up 2 feature wins this past season. Tyler Pernesti in the 15 will start in the 3rd position. Rich Klauser in the number 16 will start in the 4th spot. Doug Samian will start 5th in the 04. The 8th place point man last year also picked up a couple of feature wins in the 2022 standings, was 8th. And Paul Cosi in the 99 will start in the 6th position.
Let's take a look at row 4 as we come to green. Blake Clauser in the number 5 car will start 7th, alongside Matthew Jarrett in the number 1. Brandon Johnson will start alongside Jarrett Corpy in the number 112. Brandon Johnson in the 26th car, our quick qualifier tonight, drawing a 9 for that invert. So we got a big invert coming tonight. Bruce Gayton in the 93 car and Scott Riggleman in the 7X will round out our 12-car starting lineup. We will go 50 laps for the super stocks. Great look and feel of the cars lined up down on pit road.
Kind of looks like a field of street stocks.
Yeah,
you can
absolutely.
see at the local track.
Absolutely.
And front straightaway is mercifully clearing. And then we will bring on the super stocks to the racetrack to go racing for the next to last feature of the World Series. And then the 20 lap Bomber B division. They'll be getting ready to go next. What a week it's been here on Flow Racing. All of the coverage each and every one of the 9 nights. Charlie, we've had a lot of fun as we do year after year here, covering all of the action for those that can't make it to the racetrack. But hey, like I always say, if you can make it to the racetrack next year, even if it's for 4 or 5 nights, spend a little time in Florida and enjoy it here, that's exactly where you would like to be. Of course, director of our coverage all week long, Mark Keeler, the running the switches, controlling the cameras, doing all of that, Melissa Straley. She's done a great job this week as well.
Phenomenal job.
Patrick Cahey down in the trailer as well, running replay. Getting our food set up every day was Patrick.
And he's had a ton of replays.
That's the most important
Well,
part.
the food is, yeah,
The
but
food's
he's done had a ton of replays to show, too.
On camera this week, and they've all done a great job. Connor Sullivan, Ryan Gable, and Ian Pettigrew, Bob Davis as well on camera. Of course, I'm Adam Mackey, Charles Kroll in the booth each and every night. Jesse Punch was with us the first few nights of the week. Then Jacqueline Drake came in, done a great job down in the pits. Matt Strickers joined us from NASCAR a few nights as well, coming over to check out the racing action working down in the trailer.
Let's give a shout out to these two guys over here too, MD Matt Dillner and Brandon Paul with Flow Sports, getting a lot of great content down in the infield all week long, supplementing our live coverage with some great interviews and feature stories, including the one on New Smyrna versus New Smyrna.
And New Smyrna.
That's the Max Pappas.
And then I also, spent the week here with Zach Evans.
Oh, yeah.
Zach Evans, one of the members of the Racing America team, doing editorial over on the other side, but providing us some details, some info once
Zach
in a while.
a huge shout out for all the help he's given us throughout the last 9 nights.
And Will Bellamy, he's been hanging out with us as well, bringing us great info. So just a big staff that we've spent the last 10 days with here at the World Series. Of course, the track great to work with this week. All of the officials from CRA, Southern
Millen.
Super Series, Joe Balish over there, Nicholas Rogers.
And I bumped into a friend of mine over at the big track today, Kathleen McDonald, who I see half a dozen times all across the country. And she said, you know what I like about watching you guys on Flow, and you and Adam, is you can hear in your voices how much fun you're having. And those names that you just read are the ones that allow us to do that. And I certainly appreciate all of the help they give us, because without them we couldn't have this much fun talking about race cars going around in circles. And I want to personally thank everybody, as you just did, and I want to give a huge shout out to Jacqueline Drake down on pit road. She has done a phenomenal job here the last couple of nights. Jacqueline, you're doing a wonderful job. It's been great working with you, and we look forward to watching you live on Flow Racing throughout the rest of your coverage season here as we start to heat things up.
Giving the super stocks a few laps. Warm up the tires. 1 to go signal here is the next time they will go green. 50 laps. They get a chance to race the one and only time during their speed weeks in 2023. As the World Series of Asphalt Stock Car Racing down to its final 2 events here at New Smyrna Speedway during the month of February.
Got to tell you, that 16 car, Rich Clauser, 16 is always my favorite number anyhow. But that thing, it looks like it is built like a battle tank. I can't wait to see how this race plays out. Pace car making its way down onto pit road. Justin Spears and Bobby Holly bringing them to green. Field picking up the pace, and the green flag's out. We're racing for 50 laps at our Super Stock feature event.
These cars will be skating around pretty quickly in this race, too, with not a lot of tire. Quite a bit of horsepower.
Right now.
Oh, look out. I think that's the 04. Oh,
so close. So close.
37 of Steven Metz.
See there.
Down into the infield.
Might have been the slightest glow of flame underneath that 37 car, I believe that is. Steven Metz. I hope he's able to get out from there, and he does pop out there.
And I believe that's the 04 of
yeah.
Doug Samian that had spun. Almost able to make it cleanly there. But we'll have a restart. No laps in, 50 to go. Going to take a look at the Flow Racing replay as they go through turns 1 and 2. Saw a few of them getting sideways. Oh my gosh, the 112 had his hands full too. All the 04 working the wheel, and it spun back around. Watch the 37. Where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go?
Well, he committed to locking the brakes.
And when the brakes lock, you can't steer.
All of us Midwesterners know that. You cannot lock the brakes because you will not steer. The 112 I thought was going to go head on into the outside wall, and he caught it. But sadly, Samian was not able to catch his car, and it snapped back.
There's the 37.
Just had nowhere to go, and there's the damage to that car. Crew's going to work. They may have some ideas of getting them back out there. Swapping that right front tire.
You know who's done okay this week as well?
Who's that?
We've got to talk about him. I mean, Rusty Marcus, he's done okay.
Yeah, I got to give him a huge shout out.
He's been all right this week. General manager of New Smyrna Speedway. You know, this is the first time that I've seen him go somewhere and sit down. He just happened to walk into our booth and sit down.
I mentioned that earlier tonight. You know, I got a chance to talk to him for about 30 seconds yesterday and said thanks for the hospitality. And, of course, we were doing a walk and talk while we were doing it because he doesn't slow down.
But finally, and I'm sure it's a sigh of relief for, you know, the Hart family, Rusty Marcus, everybody that's involved with New Smyrna Speedway, from the officials that are here every day, Binky and Shelley over there that help us with our lineups each and every evening. Imagine 9 nights. They're here a little earlier than the day than we get. We get a few extra hours in the morning to kind of take some time to recoup.
And most racetracks don't run 9 nights of racing in 2 months, and they do it here in 10 days.
Coming to green, we'll try it again for this 50-lap Super Stock feature. Pole sitter, Justin Spears, Bobby Holly on the outside. Better start front of the field. Will they make it cleanly through 1 and 2?
No, problems in the front of the field.
18. Oh, great job by all of the drivers to get around this one. There was contact that sent Justin Spears around, very possibly from the inside of row number 2. That starter Tyler Pernesti. So 2 tries, 0 makes on getting the first lap in.
3rd tries the charm.
So there's the 18, Justin Spears, 2022 champion with 4 wins, but he didn't do any of that by getting turned like that. So he's going to give it another try. Get him restarted. As we watch the Flow Racing replay, there you see he's on the inside lane on the pole, goes into the corner.
Yeah.
Little bump from the 15.
It's hard to keep the car pointed straight when the rear tires aren't making contact with the racetrack. He got a big punt there from Tyler Pernesti.
That was a little more than a little bump and a little rub. And there's another look at it in the first corner. Good shots from turn 1. As the 18 of Spears facing in the wrong direction. But the drivers behind him did amazing to get around him, as he was stopped in a bad position on a restart. So get everybody back in their spots, including the 15.
And look who's back.
37 to Steven Metz. Got the fender off of it. It's like a partial modified now. So we tried it twice. We'll try it again. Getting some do-overs. do-over here for the 18 and the 15. Do-over for the 04, who was involved in that spin earlier. Whose turn will it be this time? They're going to get it in.
I think that's the answer, is they're going to get it in.
1 to go next time, turn 4. For the super stock field and the 50-lap feature. Justin Spears. A lot of our feature winners in this division that were here on a regular basis for the Speedway last season are out there, with Spears having 4 wins, Samian having 2 wins, Bobby Hawley, the outside pole sitter, having 2 wins as well. Coming to green, turn 4. Spears getting up the pace a little bit. Here comes Hawley fighting back. Good start over in turn 4. Underway, 2 by 2, all the way down the front stretch. Into the corner. Keep it clean here, boys. Let's get a lap in.
So far, so good through 1 and 2 and off of 2. The 15's a little sideways, but he gathers it up. Now let's see what happens into 3. The 99 gives the 16 a big punt.
It's the 99 of Cosi, the 15 of Pernesti, running in second and third. They get the first lap in, so the third time was a charm. Oh, look how free a couple of those cars are on corner exit. The 18 of Spears loses a lot of grip. And here comes the 04 to the inside lane. Doug Samian picks up the spot. Up to 4th is the 04. Second place up for grabs. Cosi in the 99 takes it away.
There's a side-by-side battle back in the pack. The number 5 looks to be Blake Clauser, taking the position from the 18 of Justin Spears. Spears has dropped back in the pack. He's facing some heat now from Pernesti in the 15. Both of those cars have lost a couple of positions here since we've gone green, and we're just 3 laps in.
First 3 laps complete. There's the 18. Pole sitter Justin Spears, definitely fighting a free handling race car. Really back in, wanting to come out, and losing many spots here early on. We've seen several drivers get by, and he might be fading all the way to the back of the field. We look toward the front. 16, Clauser leads. 99, Cosi in second. Clauser closes the door. So Rich Clauser, the leader, in the 16. His son, Blake Clauser, running in the 5th position in the 5. You like this 16 car. You have the lead for a while, but maybe not now. Here comes the 99 of Cosi.
Interesting combination of body panels on that 16 car. I think looks like a 1977 Monte Carlo with a 1985 Monte Carlo nose on it. That thing is indeed built like a battle tank. But he's going to give up the lead to the 99. Paul Cosi sliding underneath and pushing Rich Clauser back into the 2nd position, but still a long way to go. 44 laps remaining here in our 50-lap super stock feature.
Samian running 3rd, Bobby Hawley running 4th, Blake Clauser running 5th. There's the 04. Samian, you saw him cross the line. Had that spin on the first try at a start of this race. Then got clipped by the 37 of Metz. Fortunately, they're both continuing on. They're both still out there racing, even after Metz had to make a pit stop. That is 3rd and 4th right there. Bobby Hawley, outside pole sitter of the race, running in 4th in the 56. Veteran driver here, New Smyrna Speedway.
Field starting to settle down into some semblance of order here. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th. Doug Samian spun on the initial attempt to get the race going. Ooh, he was a little sideways there off of 4. Hawley thought he was going to power by on the bottom side, but he couldn't make it happen.
Hawley in 4th, looking for 3rd. Is a little bit quicker. We watched the 5 of Clauser start to close as well. Now giving up the outside lane. The non-preferred groove is the 04 of Samian. Says, if you want this outside lane, Bobby Hawley, take it, and he will. Goes to the high lane, then he kind of closes the door, middle of the backstretch. Scary moment for the 2 as they go for the 3rd spot.
And there's Blake Clauser in that 5 car, the black and blue number 5. the bottom of the racetrack. We're going to stack them up double wide, a couple of rows deep.
Here's the 5 of Klauser. Talked about it. His dad was leading earlier in the 16, now running second. Blake Klauser running in the 5 car inside the top 5 in 5th. But the battle in front of him, Hawley's going to take the 3rd position away now from Doug Samian at the line. Hawley is cleared the 04. Shuffling positions here, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. And it looks like the 15 of Tyler Pernesti's ready to get up there and mix it up as well. So we saw some of the drivers that started at the front, like Hawley, like Pernesti, they faded back a little bit, and now they're starting to move back forward. Working the wheel. They look like a lot of fun to drive, don't they?
Slip and slide, dip and dive. The old Gary Lee Thursday Night Thunder phrase right there. These cars do a lot of slipping and sliding. Good 4-car battle just behind our leaders, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th on the racetrack. Love the look of that 15 car too. That also takes me back to the early 1980s when the late Dale Earnhardt was driving for Bud Moore. Back when I was in college.
Is that when it was?
the famed Wrangler Ford. A lot of people forget Dale Earnhardt drove a Ford for a couple of years.
15 laps in. And that number 15 car is, I think, ready to pounce on the 5 of Klauser. That would be for 5th position. Peeks to the inside, drops a couple of tires down to the flat in turn number 4. Seems like didn't affect the handling much and continues to challenge for the top 5 position. Oh, look at him. Dirt tracking it off of turn 2.
Yeah, he's thrashing that automobile.
The leader is Paul Cosi in the 99. Rich Klauser's running second. Bobby Hawley's in third. Doug Samian fourth. Blake Klauser in fifth. That's the leaders right there. Paul Cosi and Rich Klauser first and second.
You know, this formula of race car, this style of race car, this class of race car seems to be very popular at paved short tracks all across the country. We see these when the ARCA Menard Series goes to Salem Speedway, for instance. They call them the Great American Stocks up there. They're very similar in construction and put on an equally great show. Just about everywhere you go all across the country, this type of race car is very entertaining. Klauser in that 16 car, that beautiful battle tank back there in second place is starting to slowly eat in. What was a half a second gap a few laps back, now just 0.3 of a second here the last couple of times by the flag stand.
You'll see a lot of this with these two drivers. One may go pull away for a couple of laps and the other one kind of settles in, and all of a sudden the 16 of Rich Klauser starts to close the gap a little bit on the 99.
Inside 30 laps to go.
Rich Klauser, a former two-time Goodyear Late Model Series champion and running the super stock division, talented driver. There's the 56 of Bobby Hawley. Doug Samian in the 04 car nose to tail. They're working around the 26 of Brandon Johnson. Johnson drops over to the low side, lets him go by. Pretty good clean green flag run, almost completing half the laps after we had the two failed starts. Finally got it in on the third one, and now they're rolling. Spread all the way around the racetrack. Oh, just as I say that, getting a little hairy there for the third spot.
I would have called that the chrome horn prior to this week. Oh, the 04 getting a little aggressive there.
So the 04 of Samian will continue to go after Hawley. This battle's not over yet. Hawley pushes up the track in 3 and 4. Samian's ready to go. Maybe he saved a little bit for the latter stages of the race. They're going to see the halfway signal this time. It's going to be 25 in, 25 to go. He gets it down as he has to put more wheel into it, trying to turn under Hawley. The Rear end of the race car gets sideways.
And here comes Blake Clauser to the outside of Samian. Samian's cars, it appears that it would be a little faster if he was able to get out front, but he just hasn't been able to clear Bobby Holly in the 56. And now Blake Clauser going to add his name to the mix here and see if he can't make something happen.
Got the front rotors glowing on that 04, using plenty of brake. Trying to make the run to the inside. Here it is on Hawley down the front stretch. Past the halfway mark now. 24 laps to go. Hawley losing a couple of spots, will drop from third back to fifth. One of the best cars right now, I think, on the tracks is number 5 of Blake Clauser.
Just past the halfway point. Now Blake Clauser looking for some racing room to the top side of Doug Samian.
5 car right now is hooked up, not showing many signs of being free as some of the other cars are, where they can't get all of the horsepower to the track. It's a little on the tight side, honestly, but it's staying into the track pretty good as he closes again on the 04 of Samian. So we'll watch those two as they go for third and fourth. There's up front, first and second, Paul Cosi, Rich Clauser.
Both of these cars really coming to life here in the closing stages. They have both set their fastest laps. Cosi's fastest lap came on lap 26. Clauser's fastest lap came on lap 27. And Doug Samian's fastest lap came that lap 29.
Pretty good this late in the race to be turning your best laps. Set their cars up, maybe saved a little bit early in the event. Boy, the leader, Paul Cosi, got sideways heading down the backstretch, and he's in some heavy traffic right now. We look at the 04 car of Samian, upper left of the screen. The lead battle, the 99 of Cosi, working around slower traffic, goes to the high lane. 16 of Rich Clauser follows. Again, remember, contact, lower right of the screen. In that battle as well, good double box here, showing all of the action for the top 5 positions, first and second, upper left, third, fourth, and fifth, lower right. I think the 04 car of Samian's in some trouble. They're challenging heavy down there.
Blake Clauser just off the back bumper as we see a car down through the dirt going into turn 1. They're in that upper left box. Good 3-car battle here. Third, fourth, and fifth.
Blake Clauser about a car length in between the two for the third spot. Doug Samian seems to have settled down a little bit, like it was getting out of sorts there for a while, and was going to be challenged heavily by Blake Clauser. 17 laps to go in this 50-lap race. Just a 20-lapper to end our night will be coming up next for the Bomber Bees. Samian and Clauser, and there's Hawley. He's not done yet either. Started this race outside of the first row, faded back, and now stays inside of the top 5. Pretty competitive, fun class of super stocks here at New Smyrna Speedway.
See Clauser dirt tracking his way through turns 1 and 2 that time. As you said, Adam, all along, these cars are going to do some slipping and sliding the longer in this run we go, and right now Clauser's car is to that point.
15 to go. Will be 14 to go this time. Good clean green flag racing after a precarious start that saw a couple of yellows on the first 2 starts of the race. He's had a couple of runs. A little bit of contact down there. He will turn the 04 of Samian sideways. Here's the 5 of Clauser to the inside as they race to turn 3. Third place up for grabs. Best run that Clauser's had at the 04. Can he clear him on the front stretch? Yes, he does.
Just barely. And just in time, too, because there was a lap car down to the bottom side.
Going to be coming to 12 to go. Leaders at the line now. That's how big of a lead that Paul Cosi and Rich Clauser have built up. Because there you see the third place car, Blake Clauser. Blake Clauser turning times close to the top 2, but no way will he be able to challenge him if he doesn't get a yellow over the final 11 laps, because these guys have a big lead build up. That's the top two, Paul Cosi and Rich Klauser.
Cosi has opened up a bit of a gap now, 1.1 seconds. The lead this driver has in the 99 car over the number 16 of Rich Klauser.
10 laps remain for Paul Cosi.
And there's Rich in the 16 car, making his way into turn one. Visually looks like it may be about a half a straightaway advantage that Cosi has over Klauser in second. Maybe a tick less than that.
Paul Cosi from right here in New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Klauser's from Lake Helen, Florida, our top two, with 8 laps to go. Cosi leading the way. Social media, Paul Cosi after the rain out last night saying, you know what? If it didn't rain out, I was going to win tonight. And it did rain out, and he was disappointed.
I bet.
The only way that you can, kind of back up those words is come out and win the next night. He's getting the opportunity, and he's pulling away a little bit from Rich Klauser.
You got to do it.
Beating a pretty good one here tonight.
You back your words up with actions, and he certainly is doing it here tonight. He's stretching that advantage out now. Still 1.15 seconds the gap over Rich Klauser, in second.
His son Blake running in third.
Yep.
But a pretty big gap, and that's third, fourth, and fifth. First and second are well past the line. Hey, Doug Samian, he's not done yet. Doug Samian still saying, you know what? I'm going to go back after that third position.
Cool those tires down a little bit. Maybe you can make a little last lap charge here, or late stage charge, as we're going to come to 5 to go. Samian lost a couple of positions. He did try to work his way by, but ended up getting sideways. So again, maybe doing some abuse to those tires as we are quickly running out of laps here. 5 to go this time around.
Boy, sideways, the number 5. He's going to give up the bottom of the racetrack now. Here comes Samian to the inside of Klauser. Not a lot of room there on the bottom as they run right against the inside lane. It's keeping it pretty clean there. Ooh. Close. There they lean on each other a little bit. Some tire smoke. A 5 car of Klauser losing third momentarily, trying to fight back. Going to be 2 to go. The next time they go by, it's going to be 3 this time for these guys. The leaders over across. Look at them sideways for the third position.
Wow, that was a nice move right there.
Samian takes the spot. Klauser not done. He's going to fight back. They get together. Don't wreck him now, boys.
Yeah, this close to the end especially, but a nice move right there by Blake Klauser to move him up off the bottom of the racetrack. And there's your leader, Paul Cosi in the 99 car, stretching out the advantage now over 2 seconds on Rich Klauser in second. And he's looking at the white flag. Final time around for Paul Cosi in the 99. He's got a couple of cars to the bottom side of the racetrack. He'll follow them to the outside, work his way around down into turn 3, and he'll be looking at the checkered flag this time off of turn 4. Paul Cosi claiming a dominant victory in the 50-lap Super Stocks feature here on the final night of the World Series.
Rich Klauser second, Blake Klauser in third, Doug Samian fourth. Bobby Hawley takes the 5th position. Well, Paul Cosi said he was going to win it last night if he got to race.
True to his word.
He won it tonight because he got to race. Definitely had that car hooked up and really showed it at the end. It didn't really fade much at the end. In fact, they turned their best laps right after the middle part of the race, which weren't a lot better than the laps they were turning at lap 50.
Very consistent.
Says a lot about their setups and a lot about their tires. As the 99 of Paul Cosi makes it into victory lane, claiming the win here tonight for the Super Stocks. At New Smyrna Speedway, second place, Rich Klauser. And his son, Blake Clauser will take that third position. We have one race left on our coverage of the 57th running of the World Series as the Bomber Bees start lining up the end of pit road, getting ready to go here tonight. Send it down to Jacqueline.
Coming out of the car, Paul Cozy, your winner this evening in the Super Stocks division. Paul, congratulations on the win this evening. I looked down, you said, woo, underneath that helmet. What does it mean for you to win at the World Series?
It was a little rough out there in the start. You know, you're getting pushed. Sorry to Rich over here for shoving them, going off in the corner, but when you're getting pushed on too, you know, that's what happens. I think it's 2 in a row. I won the red eye, and I came out and won this one. I'm pretty excited, and I'd like to thank all my sponsors. Mako Music Group, they're a new sponsor that came on this year. Got Sunshine Seamless Gutters. We got Raw Wrap Industries. I'd like to thank my family, my girlfriend Kyla, I love you, Shelby, Richard. My brother just got out of the hospital, so this one's for Richard. He was here for this one. Who else? Spears Brother Motorsports. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations. Your winner tonight, Paul Cozy.
Very good run for the 99. Pretty happy with the win against a pretty strong Super Stock field here at the World Series. Second place run for the number 16 car. The winner tonight claiming $2,000 and a top prize. They're normally racing for, I believe, just a couple $100 here. Tonight, $2,000 in this special 50-lap feature. Pretty impressive. Paul Cozy chose the right night to win as we send it back down to Jacqueline.
Bringing it home in second place tonight. Rich Clauser, how was your car performing?
It was good. It was good for the first 30, 40 laps, and then it just got super, super tight towards the end. But I knew he was going to be a tough one to beat tonight, but I'm just glad it all went clean and we finished. And like I said, we just gotta free it up a little bit. A lot of rubber on the track from this week with everybody racing. So, but all in all, happy with it. My son finished third right behind us, so it was a good night.
Congratulations, father-son, on the podium.
Celebration continues. Ryan Stevens getting a chance to interview the winner, Paul Cozy, as well. The third place finisher tonight, well, you heard, second place finisher Rich Clauser talking about his son Blake finishing behind him, so they're pretty happy. 2 in the top 3. We send it back down to Jacqueline.
Finishing in third tonight, Blake, congratulations. Walk me through that battle there in the closing laps.
Yeah, it was good racing with Doug there. He ran me up down there, so I had to return the favor and give it to him. But I just got to thank our sponsors. Sean Ackley Trucking came on board with us this year, and David and Wendy Gould for letting me drive their car. The Berry Paint Body got her cleaned up for this season. It looks really good. And Michael Shockey for sponsoring for me, my mom and my sister.
Congratulations. The number 5 of Blake Clauser, bringing it home in third place.
Blake Clauser looks like a driver that you would see behind the wheel of one of these rough and tumble superstars.
Absolutely.
One more race left to go. It's the final one, the 2023 World Series.
When I looked at the info sheet way back on Thursday, 44 different features were scheduled. Of course, we lost a couple of them to Mother Nature throughout the course of the week. But final race coming up next.
Final race of the week. And it's rolling to the racetrack right now. It's the Bomber B Division at New Smyrna Speedway. A race that's going to have over 10 starters. Looks like about 12 starters going to be on track. It's going to go 20 laps. And it's pretty much as basic and as stock as you can get.
Love it. We used to call these Detroit Iron back up in my neck of the woods back in the day. They got a lot. This is a very growing type of racing throughout the Midwest. A lot of the racetracks, including Salem Speedway, they just run a Crown Vic class.
Yep.
Oh, there's some heat coming out of that burn barrel right there.
We've been trying to cool down the inside of this tower tonight.
It's really warm up here.
And there's no heat up here. It
Nope.
just was warm in
A lot
here
of bodies in here
tonight.
today. Yeah.
Had the door open half the night.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they're down
did.
there trying to find some heat.
Absolutely.
It was a little chilly over at Daytona today. It was almost picture perfect, though. It felt
Picture
great.
perfect
Yeah.
looking day, and eventually warmed up as the day went on, but it certainly was a chilly start to the day.
Going to be a nice day tomorrow in the afternoon for the Daytona 500. The Bomber Bees on the racetrack. This is their Daytona 500 of the week. It's
Love
their
it.
special event, 20 laps the distance. Tim Nichols in the 01 scheduled to start on the pole. Chuck Rush in the K9 will start second. Rick Gaither in the 66G will start third. Frank Button in the 23, sixth place in last year's standings, will start in position 4. Tony Bromley in the 6T will start on the inside of row number 3, was fastest in the group qualifying session earlier. He was the point champion last year in the division, had 6 feature wins, so that 6T one to watch. The 58 of Ben Say will start in the next spot, third in the 2022 standings.
Another Bromley who will start inside row number 7. Daniel Bromley will start 7th in the number 6D. Chase Simons in the 66S will fire off from the 8th position. Back in row number 5, Noah Partlow will start from the 9th position in car number 33 alongside Chuck Brewer. And the 11th car of Ryan Kowalski will start in the 11th position, the car number 93. I'm trying to combine a couple of those names right there, Adam. It has been a long week, a long day. My brain isn't quite processing things the way they should be there, but we have 20 laps remaining, the final feature event of the week. Again, like I said, I think we had 44 scheduled feature events. Lost a couple to Mother Nature, but the 44th and final event of the weekend about to roll.
I believe we'll be getting the 1 to go this time, and we'll go green a lap from now. Tim Nichols in the 01 on the pole position. Ralph Miller looks up to the tower, not showing the 1 to go just quite yet. The Bomber Bees are on the racetrack. Set to go for 20 laps tonight. Hey, they paid $2,000 to the Super Stocks. What do you think the Bomber Bees get tonight?
I'm guessing it's not going to be $2,000.
Let's see if I can find it in my notes here. Since we have time, I think they're going to go 1 to go this time. You know what we're running for tonight in this race?
I'm going to take a wild guess and say $250.
You were close. $150 on the line for the Bomber Bees tonight.
It's actually a big purse for this type of race car.
Used to be just a trophy.
That used to be a trophy. That's right.
It's going to pay for their pit passes.
It's about right. Get your pit pass money back and maybe a burger.
Could use one of those right now. Here we go. Front row.
We got a Dodge Murata alongside a Crown Vic on the front row. 1981 Pontiac Grand Prix back there in row 2. Cool looking race cars, man. I love it.
Little mix of everything. Quite a few Crown Vics. Probably the number 1 choice as we go green for 20 laps. Off of turn number 4 this time. Tim Nichols, Chuck Rush are off and racing. Kind of a half-hearted wave of the green by Ralph Miller. We'll see if he felt that the outside starter, Chuck Rush, rushed a little too much, and he did. It's going to be a false start, yellow flag.
You can always tell when the starter doesn't like that initial attempt, can't you?
He's not going to waste those extra arm movements
Absolutely.
to make that green flag look pretty if he's going to wave it back.
And it's always like a little sense of disappointment, too. Like, come on, guys, look what you made me do.
All right.
Try it one more time.
So Chuck Rush on the outside lane, being told not to, as he jumped a little bit. Tim Nichols on the inside. Bring him back around to the green. one and only race of the week during the World Series for the Bomber Bees. One of the classes that runs here during the course of the regular season at New Smyrna Speedway. Are ready to go. Champion last year was Tony Bromley in this division. He starts inside of row number 3. Field coming to green. Here we go.
0-1 car didn't go that time.
Down into the corner, it will be Rush taking the advantage. And the pole setter, the 01 of Tim Nichols, kind of fading back through the field. There is the point. Champion of last year, the red car on the top side of the racetrack, is now moving forward for the lead. Up front, at the line. Does Rush have it this time? No, Frank Button takes it at the line.
Dives down from the top side of the racetrack all the way to the bottom. Frank Button making an aggressive move in that number 23 car. Chuck Rush back to second. Here comes Daniel Bromley in the 6D. He's got dad Tony Bromley in the 6T right offside the back bumper. Good side-by-side battle for 5th. Rick Gaither in that really pretty number 66 Pontiac. Feeling some heat from Tim Nichols right there. Look at this three-way battle.
A couple of the Bromley cars. The 6 is on the outside. It is the 6D of Daniel Bromley ahead of the 6T, the point champion Tony Bromley. And they're nose to tail.
Could be a little bump drafting going on right there.
Working around early leader Chuck Rush. Bromley's moving up. They're coming toward the front. Bromley's from Jacksonville, Florida. Race leader right now, Frank Button. Oh, look back there. They got them racing side by side. You know, it seems like a stock class. They sound pretty sporty going down the straightaways.
Absolutely they do.
Here's a 33 making a run on the bottom of the racetrack. Noah Partlow on the inside. The 66, Chase Simons on the outside lane. A little bit of an older car there for the 66.
Yeah. It's like a mid-70s Chevy.
They're second and third as the Bromleys follow one another closely, trying to push each other to the front. I don't think there were any rules against two-car tandems here.
Not at all. A little tandem drafting right there.
6 laps in. At the line right here. 6 in. 14 to go in the short distance affair. Watching to see if the Bromley cars can catch the Button machine. Last time by the line, all of them turning very equal laps. They're going to have a hard time catching the leader if they continue to turn the same times as he. 93 moving over. Ryan Kowalski letting the leaders go by.
The Crown Vics rolling around a Grand Marquis down on the bottom side. That's an interesting choice for a race car. I get the Crown Vic. You know, to me that makes a lot of sense. The Grand Marquis seems to be a little bit more of a luxury type vehicle to me.
A little Saturday evening fun drive around the racetrack.
Yeah.
12 laps to go, 8 down. Button, Bromley, Rush, and Gaither the top 5. Look at this pack of cars toward the tail.
Snarling pack of cars diving off into turns 1 and 2.
Whoa. Hanging on to the blue one down there. 44 of Shane Satoris. Side by side, they're going to change hands for position. Second place, Tony Bromley in the 6T, overtaking Daniel Bromley.
Good intra-family scuffle for position here.
Coming to halfway, 10 laps in, 10 more laps to go. As Frank Button leads over Tony Bromley and Daniel Bromley, second and third. And you can see last year's champion, Tony Bromley, after passing the team car there, the other 6, leaving him in the dust, leaving Mark Martin 6 in the dust. Trying to close the gap now on Frank Button.
So I love the fact that the one's number is 6D and the other one's number is 6T.
Yeah, so they're both kind of 60.
And they're in front of the K9. Yeah, that's great.
Good numbers, fun
Yeah,
stuff.
Absolutely. I love people who have a good time doing this.
Boy.
The 23 way up the racetrack.
I think he went around a car that was on the bottom of the racetrack. That's
There it
why
is.
the 93 is spun. Ryan Kowalski.
My Grand Marquis. All right.
Kowalski had gone down a lap or two. Gets it turned back around, and what this does is it gives us a chance for a lead battle with Frank Button, Tony Bromley to start up front. So this 6T, Tony Bromley in the second spot, 6D, Daniel Bromley in third, brothers. Tony a little bit quicker. They are choosing their lanes right here. Look at this.
Very clearly delineating their
watch this white car.
Whoa. There you go. All right.
And they're going to get it right.
Nicely done.
They've been watching all week
All
long.
week, live on Flow.
The first 8, 5, 6 nights of this week they've been watching, and they got it right. They did well. 9 laps to go. Frank Button is the leader in the 23. Bring him back to green this time. $150 and the final bragging rights of the week up for grabs. Frank Button to turn 4. Oh, up the track. Look out!
Used up all the real estate right there.
And now we got him 3 wide behind. It looks like Bromley's going to be okay in the 6.
Good save.
Yeah, the 66
Rich
was
Gaither.
sideways as well. Chase Simon, or the other 66. Oh, look for the lead. Here we go. He's right there. Going to make some contact. He's probably a little angry. He got pinched on that restart.
Yeah.
He's going to go to the inside. Might do him no favors here.
Oh, more fender to fender.
Getting a little hairy at the front of the pack. It brings Chuck Rush in the 9 up there as well. Bromley leads. Button falling back to second. I think Bromley's now going to check out.
That could be why he is the defending track champion in this division. Good fast race car with a mix of aggressive moves on the racetrack. Almost stacking them 3 wide through the center of the corner there for a second.
There's good action there between the K9 of Chuck Rush, the 33 of Noah Partlow, the 6D up on the top of the racetrack, Daniel Bromley, the 44 of Shane Satoris. But up front leading is Tony Bromley. 14 laps have now been completed. Sideways again, Satoris in that sharply done number 44. 5 to go this time.
Button kind of hanging there right with Tony Bromley. Does he have enough to make one more final charge to maybe steal the victory away?
Frank Button staying within striking distance. One little mistake by Bromley and he'll be right there again. Third place, Noah Partlow. About 10 car lengths back of the top 2. 4 to go. Some slower traffic ahead. That 93 that spun to bring out our race's only yellow. Ryan Kowalski on the bottom, middle, top of the racetrack.
Kowalski way up the racetrack.
Little rolling chicane there.
Nothing wrong with that. Ought to paint a jam car on the back bumper of that.
Look at the gap closing a little bit. Frank Button within a couple of car lengths.
Chuck Rush going to give up a bunch of ground right there. You see that battle at the top of the screen there.
It's Tony Bromley slowing down a little bit. The action is still hot for 4th, 5th, and 6th. That's the battle lower right of the screen. The lead battle upper left. 2 to go this time for Tony Bromley. 3 wide, and the 66 has to check up a little bit. Rick Gaither there. 2 laps. Uh-oh.
Oh. And that beautiful 1970 era Chevrolet is going to get dinged up.
Chase Simons gets up into the wall. Didn't do a ton of damage to it. In fact, the right front still turning.
He's going to bring it right down onto pit road and back into the pits.
Doesn't look like the crew's going to try to get this one back out on the track.
Not a whole heck of a lot of damage to that car.
2 laps to go, 18 laps in. But this gives Frank Button one more chance to go after Bromley.
Think he remembers what happened on that last restart.
Who, Tony Bromley? When he got pinched up into the wall by the 23?
Exactly. Do you think he remembers? Yeah. These race car drivers don't have short memories. They bank these things.
So we'll see. On the last restart, Button was on the inside. The 6 of Bromley was on the outside and kind of closed the door a little early. Well, Bromley makes it obvious he's choosing the bottom.
Again, they are all very clear with their intentions.
Lights are out on the pace car. Final 2 laps coming up. Your leader, Tony Bromley, on the inside. Frank Button started to close the gap right before the yellow came out. Maybe had something for the number 6. We're about to find out. Have we seen our last yellow? Have we seen our last restart of the week? 33 of Partlow restarting in 3rd. Rush restarting in 4th. Green flag back out. Potentially final restart for the win of the Bomber Bees. It's a good start on the outside lane for Button. He's going to have the advantage going into the corner. Fighting back to the inside is Bromley.
Button with the run off the top side of the racetrack. He's going to nose out to a lead going into 3. What's going to happen here? They make contact. Button's going to go around. Partlow to the lead, but can he hold on to his race car?
Yellow lights are already on. As there goes the 23 of Button to pit road. Bumper off of this car. Bromley in the 6. Being sent to the tail as well. The contact between the 2. There's the late race yellow. Boy, look at the crew going to work. Somebody
with no tools.
Don't get hit in the head with something here. I'm gonna bust the radiator trying to get the bumper off. Here we go.
There we go.
He's working at.
Hard to do this with no tools.
They're looking for a Sawzall. Nobody has one in their pocket.
That's how you do it, guys.
Boy, they are working hard at this.
There we go. All
so
right,
close.
we got some progress. I hope they have a hold of their cell phones. Someone's going to jump on an iPhone or something.
Well,
all right, twist it. There we go.
Nicely done, guys.
All right, there's a lot of want to right there. Yeah, look at them celebrating down there, too. They got it done.
Awesome. Group of young kids helping out down in the pits. Awesome stuff.
Love it.
2 laps to go.
I think a lot of times we forget that this is supposed to be fun. You know,
and that was.
They are clearly
They were celebrating.
Clearly having a good time.
They worked for it. 18 completed, 2 to go. New leader, Noah Partlow. His first time at the front of the field.
He made a terrific evasive move down there to get by that. Look at these guys still celebrating with the bumper in hand. And give them a little encouragement. Get back up there. Go make it happen. Going through the choose zone. Hopefully for the final time.
Cheering on Frank Button in the 23, who starts from the tail, along with Tony Bromley, who looked like they were on their way to first and second place finishes. Pace car pulling away. 2 laps left in this one. Noah Partlow finished second in the points here last year. Looking for a Bomber Bee win tonight in the World Series. Coming to green, turn 4. Partlow leads on the inside lane. Rush on the outside of the K9.
Button with a good start. He is flying through the field. He might already back into the top 5.
Button making it work. Look at him go without the bumper in the 23. He's up to the 4th spot. Coming to the white flag. He wants to get at least on the podium so he can thank the kids for getting that bumper off of there. Look at this for 3rd spot beside Bromley down into the corner.
Noah Partlow is running away up at the front of the field with the battle on now for 2nd, 3rd, on and on back. Frank Button on the charge. He's going to have one final shot for 2nd on Chuck Rush. He's diving to the inside to take 2nd from Rush.
What a move as they come to the checker. Noah Partlow will win, but how about Frank Button rallying for 2nd place? 3rd spot to Chuck Rush, 4th to Rick Gaither. Good show from the Bomber Bees here tonight.
What a run from the tail of the field with 2 to go. And look at those guys celebrating a terrific runner-up finish.
Fun stuff. Out here having a good time during the World Series, the Bomber Bees. There goes. Look out, guys.
Oh, look out. Look at, there's the bumper. We did it. We did it.
Fun stuff, and they saw it here on Flow Racing tonight as the Bomber Bees. Look at the burnout there from Frank Button. He's as happy with 2nd as he would have been to win after the work that the kids put in
They all are
on the track. It's an animated group.
I've had the privilege to see some emotional moments today, and this is right there at the top. Good stuff.
The winner's Noah Partlow as we send it down to Victory Lane and Jacqueline.
Noah Partlow going to celebrate exiting out of this red, white, and blue, number 33. Noah, congratulations. What was going through your mind in those final few laps?
Don't wreck.
Well, you didn't wreck. It worked out for you.
Yeah, it did.
Congratulations. I want to give you this. We had a crew member come over and ask to give this to the winner that says never give up racing. Congratulations, Noah.
Thank you so much.
Cool deal. Little extra gift being given as well.
Nicely done.
Little sign for the garage, never give up racing. How about 2nd place back there? This 23 car getting involved in that 2-lap to go crash for the lead. Frank Button goes to the pits, bumper dragging around. They have to get it off there. And all those kids,
every one of them,
there, jumping on it, doing all they could. Get them out there as that 23 car. Frank Button finished 6th in their standings last year and rallied in 2 laps to come from the back. He rallied. He said, you know what? They worked that hard. I better work hard to get out there and come through the field as well. As we send it down to Jacqueline again, who will be with our 2nd place finisher, Frank Button.
Frank Button is all smiles. Frank, congratulations on a podium finish this evening. Man, you put on a show there in the last few laps, losing the front bumper and coming up through the field. Walk me through those final moments.
Oh, I love this place. It's so fast, and I'm the bridesmaid here. Like, all I do is get seconds, but I wanted that win. I tried so hard. I tried to race everybody as clean as I could, but I was sending it. I was going wide open. I couldn't slow down, but I want to thank everybody. I want to thank CRA up top for being awesome this weekend. I want to thank you guys for being here. We love this place, and we have the Catalanos here with me, and they put the spine in my back. They're like, listen, step up to the plate. Thank you.
Was that the Catalano jumping on your front bumper?
Yeah, that was the Catalanos. Oh, yeah. They said if I was here for them all week, they'd be here for me, and they came back. They came back from New York today. They're like, we're here for you, brother. Let's go. So thank you all. Thank you all very much for being here.
Congratulations, 2nd place finish tonight for Frank Button.
Good stuff right there. The modified guys from up there helping out. The 23 tonight, Frank Button. He said he was there for them all week. They're going to be there for him tonight. They had fun.
And not the first time they've had to jump on some bumper bars to get some clearance.
Gosh, no, they know all about that.
Absolutely.
3rd place finisher was the K9 of Chuck Rush with Jacqueline.
Chuck, you're all smiles. You seem to be losing your breath a little bit. What does it mean to be on podium tonight?
You know, podium on speed weeks at my home track. My racing career started here 45 years ago as a kid, and to get a podium on speed weeks the last night in this car, we've been working so hard. You know, we're such a small team. It's my wife and my crew guy Eric Ripley with real small budget, and to be able to run against these guys And man, what an insane race. That was intense, but yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome.
Congratulations. Third place finish tonight for Mr. Chuck Rush.
Well, Chuck Rush, a racing veteran here at New Smyrna
45
Speedway.
years of racing.
Oh, he loved it. Had a great time. There's 3 guys right there that had a great time. Good stuff. We had fun watching it. We had fun bringing it to you here on Flow Racing. And this super late model feature, the Orange Blossom 100, was a good one as well.
Oh, man. James Lynch had a terrific first 50 laps here tonight. And there's a good move by Casey Roderick. And there's that Valentine's Day card from Gio Ruggiero, and another Valentine's Day card there from William Sawalich.
Oh, a lot of contact there as Roderick and Sawalich went after each other hard. It was mentioned in the post-race interviews. Bubba Pollard had himself a pretty good run tonight in the 26 car.
Had almost everybody covered. How many times have we seen this over the years?
Bubba Pollard and Stephen Nassy racing each other. There's Roderick having some contact with a slower car. There's Lynch going out front. He overshot the turn, then he stacks up the outside lane. Sawalich shoots by to the inside to take the lead at that point. Here comes Pollard. Pollard on this restart using the outside lane. There's Lynch and May getting together. Side-by-side battle.
And here's the battle for the lead. Bubba Pollard to the top side. William Sawalich pressuring the veteran. Repeatedly getting into that left rear quarter panel and finally clearing him through turn 4 and looking at the checkered flag for the first time here this week.
Big win there tonight for William Sawalich, beating Bubba Pollard back to the stripe. Congratulations to Casey Roderick on the championship as the fans and the teams trying to do what they can to stay warm on a cool Saturday evening that finishes off 9 nights of fun action here at New Smyrna Speedway. Charlie, that's it.
We're done.
That's all it is.
Till next year.
We head back to the north to really cold weather.
Well, you get to come back down here in a couple of weeks. Good luck with the ASA Stars National Tour race coming up at Five Flags here at the end of March or mid-March.
March 11th.
Saturday,
March 11th, the ASA Stars National Tour opener. Already a nice entry list starting to form with a few weeks left of entries. We'll be getting that word out to everybody. Check out FiveFlagsSpeedway.com, TrackEnterprises.com for that.
And we actually have an ARCA Menard Series East race at Five Flags coming up at the end of March. I was getting a little ahead of myself. You
March
can
25th.
Watch that one live here on Flow Racing.
Absolutely. So on behalf of everyone who we mentioned earlier that helped put this broadcast together, the folks from the racetrack, the folks from the officials, the CRA, Southern Super Series, everybody from the NASCAR Wheel and Modified Tour. Last week, of course, Joe Koss, Ben Dodge, and Jacqueline and Jesse down in the pits. Charlie, it's been a lot of fun. Thanks again for calling the action with me all of these 9 nights, and hopefully we'll be doing it again in 2024.
I appreciate you having me, and I look forward to being back here next year.
Appreciate it, and thanks to all of you for checking out our coverage here on Flow Racing. If you can make it here in 2024 for the World Series, come and join us. It's a great week in Florida. So long.